timetable, which will kick-start in around about 2 minutes' time. We start off with the heat stages of the competition. This is where the drivers won't score points. However, after the lunch break, when we go into the pre-finals, starting with Mini and Mini Rookie at 1:30 p.m., that's when the points come into play. For the Mini and the Mini Rookies, it's the best 5 of 6 results that will count towards their championship scores. For all other classes, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters, the latter two classes who will also run as a combined grid, will have that going towards their championship tally. Of course, we're broadcasting live on the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel, so a big thank you to those that are already watching. If you haven't already, like, share and subscribe, and there you see the podium. And that is where later on we'll be giving out the championship trophies, the weekend result trophies, and handing out 5 tickets for the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place in just 4 weeks' time, the 19th to the 26th of October 2024. The venue, Sarno, Southern Italy, Circuito Internazionale Napoli, amidst the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. Sarno was the host of the 2019 Grand Finals, which was my first ever opportunity to go there. And what's more, today, 5 RACB registered drivers, that is anyone with a Belgian nationality running under a Belgian license, that will have the opportunity to represent Team Belgium at this prestigious event. But we are just seconds away from our first of 4 heats that kickstarts the business end of this 2024 campaign. Let's get the racing action underway for the final round of the season. Up first, it's the heat for Mini and Mini Rookie. Let's take you through the starting grid. Following on from time qualifying this morning on pole position, it's going to be Vince van der Hallen. Alongside him on the front row will be Vic van Kampenhout. Jeff Verbeek and Victor Reutz will round out row number 2, ahead of Jesse Moonen and Jente Moonen. Ryan Rampadarath and Maria Roberto complete the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10, representing the Netherlands and Turkey, respectively, Devrim Mieta and Kan Osler. Completing the 17-strong grid in its entirety will be Matthias Verreken, Dejan Habets, Leon Herboz, Tristan Abiels, Noah Steyhalder, Sasha Al-Jabrail, and Jacques Dupre. For those watching on the YouTube live stream, there is also a pinned comment at the top of the chat saying that is where you can click on for the live timing. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap for all the respective heats. Now for Minimax and Minimax Rookie, all their races today, the heat, the pre-final and the final, will take place over a duration of 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The same will be for all categories in not just the heats but the pre-finals, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Mini and Mini Rookie for the final, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. For the finals for all other classes, we up the ante and also add 2 minutes to the timer, making it 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Coming into this final round of the championship, before taking drop scores into account, Vic van Kampenhout leads the way on 200 points, 2 ahead of Vince van der Hallen. Those 2 are on the front row of the grid. Jente Moonen, Jeff Verbeek, Victor Reutz and Leon Herboz have a mathematical chance. They all are in competition for that ticket. Tristan Abiels and Jesse Moonen are battling it out for the Micromax ticket up for grabs for Mini Rookie. The field makes its way through out of turn number 10. Once they pass the red line, which they're going to do now, just before the entrance to the pit lane, we have the red lights on the starting gantry, ready to go out. The drivers will have to be at a consistent pace coming out of the final corner. Now we get the revs underway here at the home of champions. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Good start by Vince van der Hollen as Jeff van der Beek manages to get his way through into second position. Drivers having to use the runoff area. Looks like Victor Reutz has made it up a couple of places early doors as everyone makes their way through turn 5 and up to turn 6 to the famed Europalaan. So leading the way, it will be Vince van der Hollen. Vic van Kampenhout in second. Jeff van der Beek hot on his heels in third. Coming through into the turn 7 chicane. Now through into turn number 9 they go. And what a noise it is. The hornet's nest of Rotax Max Evo power. So Victor Reutz up into P3, past Jeff van der Beek in the meantime. So we're about to come round to complete the opening lap. Ryan Rampadanath looks to have moved up a couple of positions, might be at the sharp end of the mini rookie class. But after lap 1, it's Vince van der Hollen leading by 4/10. Ahead of Vic van Kampenhout, Victor Reutz in third, Jeff van der Beek, Jent de Moonen, Can Osler up 4 spots. The Turkish driver has made mincemeat of some of the drivers in front and has gotten through. Ryan Rampadanath in 7th, Devrim Yater 8th, Maria Roberto and Jesse Moonen complete the top 10. Meantime, at the moment, well, Vic van Kampenhout is being reeled in by Victor Reutz. Maria Roberto trying to close in on Devrim Yater. That is the battle for 8th place as they come through out of turn number 9 here on lap number 2 once again. Down into turn 10, the fast sweeping right-hander. They cannot go off onto the runoff area because that is an automatic 5-second time penalty. Drivers were informed in driver's briefing. Devrim Yater right on the coattails of Ryan Rampadanath heading into the final corner, and Yater's got through. Roberto's trying to get the slingshot as well, but she has to slot behind the number 32 from SP Motorsport. Fastest lap of the race, driver in 4th, Jeff van der Beek, the 1:26, running with Bouvan power. But still, at the moment, it is a stalemate at the moment between the top 3. But Victor Reutz trying to get a better run coming out of turn number 6, down into turn 7. Van Kampenhout defends and still has a kart length and a bit between himself and race leader Vince van der Hollen. It is going to come down to the wire in this because after drop scores, well, van der Hollen is effectively leading. So Vic van Kampenhout needs to beat him on track in both upcoming pre-final and final races of the season. Maria Roberto has got past Ryan Rampadanath and is keeping on to the coattails of Devrim Yater. Lap 3 in the books. Van der Hollen still leading by only just over 2/10 of a second. Jent de Moonen, new fastest lap of the race, and is closing on the top quartet at the minute. Top 4 covered by 9.5 of a second. After 3 laps of racing, we're on lap 4. A 59.308 by the 110, normally running on the Haase chassis, along with younger sibling Jesse, who is currently at the moment in 10th position. Started 5th, but it was going to be a tall order to stay at that sharp end of the field at this early point. So van der Hollen continues to lead, looks to start to stretch that gap ever so slightly, but it is a cat and mouse game at the front end of the field. 6 minutes to go. And Victor Reutz has got the slipstream on Vic van Kampenhout. He's right on his rear bumper, heading into turns 1 and 2. Van Kampenhout holds the inside line, which he's very much entitled to do so. But this is allowing Jeff van der Beek to catch, allowing Jent de Moonen to catch. Can Osler was only 8/10 behind Jent de Moonen after 4 laps. So there's still plenty of opportunity. Van Kampenhout still defends. Looked actually to nose up the inside briefly through at turn 6 onto the Europalaan to try and see if he could get the run of momentum past a certain Vince van der Hollen. But van der Hollen holding station at the moment, keeping on the racing line. It is a very, very difficult circuit here at Karting Genk to lead at certain points. But at the moment, Van der Hallen is doing an admirable job. Victor Reutz gets the slingshot coming out of turn number 11 again. But still, Van Kampenhout is not relinquishing that second position. Lap 5 as we hit half-time. 5 minutes plus 1 additional lap to go in the mini and mini rookie heat. And it's still going to be a case of, right, what's going to happen? Who's going to succumb under the pressure? Who's going to be the first nut to crack? And there was a slight wayward wideness coming through out of turn number 3 by Vince van der Hallen, the race leader. Nearly offered the opportunity from Vic van Kampenhout to go up the inside. However, that is not quite happening. It is about playing your cards to your chest. And these drivers have been squabbling all year long. Van Kampenhout at the moment, had a 43 in the pre-final, 43 score in the pre-final. That would have been probably around about 12th place. Took a win in the final at Marienburg at round 1, then a second and a third. But Van der Hallen was a double winner at Kaupen. That has really helped him out. And plus also, having a lower drop score than Van Kampenhout gives them the slight advantage. But as I said, it's the best 5 out of 6 scores. We won't be talking points until we get into the finals. And that's where I'm going to leave that focus. Until we've done the pre-finals, we've got them out the way and everything's confirmed and ratified, then we can give you an accurate championship picture and how the battle for the tickets for our RACB registered drivers. Oh, move for the lead. Great job there by Vic van Kampenhout, threading the eye of the needle through on Vince van der Hallen off of the Europlan here on lap 7 at turn 7. Well, they do say the number 7 is lucky for some. For Vic van Kampenhout at that point, it clearly was. Now Victor Reutz is having to battle away with Jeff Verbeek. Oh, a little bit of a run wide by Victor Reutz as he was slightly squeezed outwards. Coming out of turn number 11, but he is fighting back. He's side by side with Jens Moonen across the line. And might get the inside line. Moonen trying to hang it high wide round the outside. Might get the run into turn number 3. Just about gets through. Brilliant stuff there by Jens Moonen to retake that position away from Victor Reutz, who was running as high as 3rd up until we saw just a few corners ago. But now, the top 2 trying to mount a breakaway. Verbeek looks to be in 3rd place. Moonen and Reutz slightly have dropped back. They have got Can Osler right there with them, the youngster from Turkey. And it's going to become a 3-kart scrap for that 4th place. 2 minutes and 20 to go. And Van Kampenhout is leading the way quite comfortably. But there is still 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap remaining on the counter. Nothing is set in stone. Van der Hallen looked for the move on the inside. Van Kampenhout said, no, you don't. He defended nicely there, did Van Kampenhout. Vince van der Hallen trying to do everything he can. Victor Reutz, in the meantime, has got Can Osler for company. It's not going to be an easy one, but this is one of the things about karting. There is unpredictability, but there is very much a big challenge for any driver, no matter where you're battling up and down the order. Leon Herbos has got past Matthias Verreken in the meantime for 11th. Ryan Rampadara, 2nd in mini rookie in the classification behind Jens Moonen, about 0.8 of a second back. Rounds out the top 11. Still, the battle for the top 3 carries onwards as we are 1 minute and 10 to go, plus an additional lap. That will give us 3 more laps of racing. Drivers cross the stripe with 1 minute and 5 to go. Van der Hallen a 10th behind, and now he's going to dive for the move up the inside. Side by side of the 2 leaders. Little bit of a wheel check between the pair, and Van der Hallen trying to get the switch back through at turn 4. He's done it. Oh, that was close. Hard in the mouth stuff there. But it was one opportunity that Vince van der Hallen needed to take back that race lead. Sent it up the inside. Van Kampenhout had to defend, and then it opened the door for turn 3. Now Jeff Verbeek senses an opportunity as well in his own right, because now the gap is about 3 kart lengths between 1st and 2nd position. So we are now going to go on to our penultimate lap of this race. Lap 10 completed, 2 to go. And Vic van Kampenhout is now just under 3/10 behind Van der Hollen. Jente Moonen in 4th is the driver with the all-time fastest lap in this race. But now what can Vic van Kampenhout muster from deep inside to try and close that gap on Vince van der Hollen? That's not going to be easy at this late stage because now we've hit the timer expiry. We've hit 0 on the clock. 1 more lap to go. We've got around about 1,750 metres of this race remaining. So we do have a time penalty. Maria Roberto, 3-second time penalty post-race for the Brit, leaving the corridor with at least 1 or 2 wheels out of the tram lines. But this time around, it's going to be final lap. So Vince van der Hollen leads us on to our 12th and final lap. He's got a nearly 4/10 of a second advantage over Vic van Kampenhout. Jeff Verbeek in 3rd. Jente Moonen, Victor Reutz, Can Osler, Devrim Yater, Maria Roberto, Jesse Moonen, and Ryan Rampadanath ran out the top 10. Jesse Moonen leading a mini rookie. But Van der Hollen needed an opportunity to strike back and took complete unbridled advantage of it. Through turn 8 for the final time. After this one, 3 more corners to go. As Victor Reutz really having to, has managed to get through on Jente Moonen in the meantime for 4th. But our leaders making their way out of turn number 11 for the final time. Hasn't led every single lap, but it is lights out to checkered flag. Vince van der Hollen wins the Mini Maxim Mini Rookie Heat here at Karting Genk by half a second. Ahead of Vic van Kampenhout. Jeff Verbeek rounds out the top 3. Victor Reutz in 4th, ahead of Jente Moonen, with Devrim Yater rounding out the top 6. Can Osler, well, the youngster from Turkey, moved it up to as high as 6th in the race, finished 7th. Maria Roberto will crosses the line in 8th, will be demoted down to 9th, so we'll swap places with Jesse Moonen in the reclassification after the penalty's been applied. Matthias Verreken, 11th behind Ryan Rampadanath, who rounds out the top 10. Jesse Moonen in 8th place, our mini rookie race winner. Leon Herbo's 12th, Tristan Abeels 13th, Dean Habits, Noah Stehauder, Sasha Al-Jabrail, and Jack Dupre all make it to the checkered flag, with Van der Hollen drawing the first psychological blow here in Minimax. Well, that was an adrenaline spike. Forget caffeine in the morning. That's what you need at a race circuit. A fantastic first opening race out of 12 today. Yes, it is a very, very compacted timetable, but of course with the Belgium Max Challenge, it runs alongside so many other events. So I have to give a shout out to my good friends Andrew Mather, Henry Baudet, and Nicole Sutherland, currently at Karting North East. Warden Law in Sunderland in the Republic of Tyne and Wear, as the Rotax Grand Festival and E-Plate is happening through an association between Rotax, Jag Engineering and Motorsport UK. Also, the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia season came to an end in Madona yesterday afternoon, and they gave away their respective 4 tickets. So plenty of drivers set to head to Sarno, and some tickets still yet unawarded. Of course, the B&L Karting Series will be back here next week, and that'll be covered live on the Saturday for the heats, and then the super heats and the finals, and then, of course, the championship presentation will be next Sunday afternoon, but we have something more to focus on here. And a big thank you to over 70 people that are currently watching. So as we go through the race day, you'll see the timetable slightly shift. So next up, in a couple of minutes' time, we have got, well, about a minute and a half, we've got the junior Rotax contingent up for their first race of the weekend. So at the moment, with regards to the championship standings, Thijs van Wijk, this year's international trophy winner at Le Mans, is leading on 325 points. He's already secured his ticket. Boris Maximov, second in the standings on 289 points. This is before we take drop scores into consideration. Third, leading RACB registered driver, Thomas Verheyen, 282 points. Lars Lambers, 278, rounds out the top 4, followed by the 296 of Bran van der Weken on 267. So it is between mainly our 3 drivers from 3rd to 5th in the standings. So, as I said earlier, this is a national Rotax Max Challenge, which means it is for the tickets are for the drivers that are representing the local ASN through the FIA, which is the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium. So, very shortly, we're going to get underway with our next heat of the day. Let's take you through the grid for the Junior Rotax Heat. 18 drivers set to compete, and here is your starting order. Thijs van Wijk will start from pole position, with Boris Maximov alongside on the front row. Thomas Verheyen and Bran van der Weken line up on row 2 ahead of Lars Lambers. Those are the 3 drivers in the main competition with regards to the Grand Finals ticket. Luca van Leer rounds out the top 3 rows alongside Lars Lambers. Nu den Engelsman and Boris Verhaag round out row number 4. Completing the top 10, it's an all-Belgian affair courtesy of Lucas Dodder and Nicolas Machon. AJ Berghoff jumping up to juniors for the very first time, having run in minis for pretty much the entire season. Starts 11th, and he'll be on the inside of Lieke van Berkel. Jim Bach and Nicholas Nys will complete row 7. Rounding out the 18-strong grid, 9 rows of competitors. Jake Menton, Tom Heger from Germany, Jort van Ekelen from the Netherlands, and Justin Fonk from Belgium. So, once again, for the heats, all the way through until we hit the official lunch break at around 12:45 local time. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. As I said, with regards to the heats do not count at the moment. This is quite nice with this format because it really gives the drivers an understanding of how the track's evolved since qualifying. And obviously the temperature has increased. Well, I got here at the circuit at about 8:30 this morning, 8:15 this morning. It was 13 degrees. We're now at 20 degrees centigrade. And Patrick Verbis saying, Allez Bran, so cheering on Bran van der Weken, who starts on the outside of row number 2. The field now at a crawl. No overtaking past the red line, just after the sign for going into the pit entry. So, Thijs van Wijk and Boris Maximov, an all Bouvin power front row. So they have to be at a consistent speed. And then when they go into the tram lines, they then can start to accelerate. But they've got to be very careful about staying in the tram lines. Here we go. Revs rise into the tram lines. Lights are out. And good start by Van Wyk on the front row, leading the field. Maximov trying to keep it pinned round the outside, having to use the runoff area to avoid any possible contact. Holds on at the moment ahead of Thomas Verheyen, the youngster from the NR Trommelke team. Through into the Europalan for the first time, 2 by 2. A little bit further back, just at the bottom part of the top 12. But Van Wyk's already bolted, and he's already through turn 8 as Maximov and Verheyen are battling away for second and third place. Now at a turn number 9. Some changes for position a little bit further back. I think I saw a positional change for 7th possibly. But Van Wyk leads, Maximov second, Verheyen third. 4th is Lambers. So Van der Weyken has dropped slightly down the order. It's actually dropped quite a way as Van der Weyken dropped all the way down to 9th. A very, very difficult first lap for the 296. Currently 5th in the championship standings. But Van Wyk leads by nearly a second. He was nearly out of that figurative, imaginary DRS range, let's say. And of course, the Singapore Grand Prix going on this weekend with this, and a few more races to go to see who will become 2024 FIA Formula One World Champion. Not just the drivers, but also the constructors as well. But there is it's been a big old scramble because Van Wyk has bolted. That lead is going to be probably north of a second very shortly. But Nuden Engelsman is making good, steady progress. Up 2 places from 7th. Now runs P5 behind Lars Lambers in the 242. Van Wyk now has a lead of just over a second. Den Engelsman, fastest driver out on track, is the driver in P5. Nicolas Machon gets through on AJ Berggraf. That's for 8th place through at turn 2. So nice work by the 272 from GKS Lemons Power. So Berggraf is up 4 places. Jake Menton rounding up the top 10 now. The 231 has made up 5 spots and is in a possible window of opportunity for at least a top 8 finish. We've got 7 minutes and 25 seconds plus that additional lap to go. There has been a change a little bit further back though. And well, looks like Lars Lambers has got through and has passed Thomas Verheyen. So an important change here, I think, in terms of not just the racing aspect, but also the mental psyche of a driver. Even these young drivers, they put themselves under so much pressure to perform. You know, you look at some of the drivers that have come through junior Rotax, like, say, Ethan Jeff Hall, who just recently, last weekend, took the FIA CIK World OK crown at Paul Felletter International. You know, other drivers such as Kai Gielaerts, Mike van Vugt, the latter of which is here. These days doing data engineering for Dams Racing. Joe Turney, Clayton Ravenscroft, Lewis Gilbert. The names, the list goes on and on and on. They've all gone on to bigger things. Jaden Teen, also very, very credible as a junior. We'll see him in action a little bit later on. Jake Menton has made a move on AJ Berggraf and has got through. But Berggraf's already taken the place back through the final corner. So it's like musical chairs at the minute. So Van Wyk leads by 0.776 of a second. So Maximov is starting to close that gap. And both he and Thomas Verheyen, who rounds out the top 3 now, having got past Lars Lambers, they set exactly the same lap time. Luca van Leer, the 284. Another exciting young prospect. New fastest lap for the 284 from the Netherlands. 56.189 on lap 4. So really, really good to see some of these drivers absolutely go to town. Van Wyk, however, might be starting to be reeled in. Bran van der Weyken down in 7th has made a position past Nicolas Machon. So Van der Veken's got to start making some inroads now. I do remember, yeah, Bran van der Veken. I'm going to use this comment again, like I did last time, and Bran actually mentioned me on social media, on Instagram actually. Small in stature, big in heart. Van der Veken has been very, very impressive in a debut season. Of course, you've got drivers like Van Wijk, Maximov, who have been around for at least 2 or 3 years in this class before moving up. So the junior drivers, minimum weight of 145 kilos, driving anywhere between 12 to 15 years of age. They can be on the year of their 12th birthday in 2024 to start competing in this class. But really still good to see that these drivers are really picking up speed. Thomas Verheyen is really pushing now. 55.996 fastest lap on lap 5 by the 288. He's closing in on board as Maximov. AJ Bergdorf's now dropped outside of the top 10, courtesy of Jim Back in the 273. Running with Scott Svart's team, SR Solutions, whose engine supply is good old Jacob van Dijk, JVD Power. And every time I'm in the paddock, I always see Jaco either riding on his scooter or walking past me. So Jake Menton now up into 9th. Next on his list, if he can start catching that driver, will be GKS's Nicolas Machon, who's made it up from 10th, currently running 8th on the road. So we do have a time penalty. Nicolas Machon, 3 seconds for braking formation with 1 or 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. So that is going to put Machon, oh, that's a big hit. That'll put him down to about 14th on corrected time if the race was to be stopped right about now with 3 minutes to go. But the gap is closing ever still. Boris Maximov, new fastest lap of the race on lap 7, 55.922. Gap now down to half a second. But the problem is that Maximov has 2 things he's got occupying his mind at the moment, which is, I need to pull away from Thomas Verheyen and not have to defend too hard from him. But I also need to catch up with Van Wijk, who's ahead of me. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place in many respects. And that is where the racecraft really, really comes into play. Gap has stabilised now. Half a second between the top 2. Verheyen is about just under 2 tenths behind. In second, Lambers 4th. Luca van Leer, Nuden Engelsman, Bran van der Veken now up to 7th. Nicolas Machon, despite having a time penalty hanging over him, which will be applied post-race, is still ahead of Jake Menton. But Menton is closing that gap. And Nicolas Machon could find himself at the bottom part of the top 15 if he's not careful. The driver from GKS in the number 272 really needs to pick up the pace because there's a trio of karts right on his rear bumper about now, coming out of turn number 11. So Van Wijk continues to lead. Lap 9 in the books. Top 3 covered by 5.4 tenths of a second. Thomas Verheyen in 3rd. New fastest lap of the race, 55.880. But with just a minute and 10 to go, there is still an opportunity for these drivers to get through. And, well, Sector 1, the timing beam has been broken by Maximov, Verheyen and Van Wijk. Van Wijk leading. Van Wijk is the slowest out of the top 3. However, is equal fastest in Sector 2. Leaders now about to come through and complete sector number 3 on lap 10. So that gives us 2 more laps of racing remaining. So we'll hit 12 laps at the checkered. Lap 11 underway. And the top 3 covered by 4.5 tenths. Now Van Wijk has got to have his head on a swivel or eyes in the back of his cranium right about now. Bran van der Veken, new fastest lap of the race, 55.869. And the 296 still running in 7th place. But the leaders making their way down into turn number 7. Lars Lambers is quickly catching the 3 in front. Van Leer's got clear air and is quite clearly pushing. Timer hits 0. 1 more lap to go after this. Who will be our heat winner in Junior Rotax? Well, we've got just over 1,450 metres to find out the answer to that question on the road. Thijs van Wijk brings us on to the 12th and final lap. 10th and a half ahead of Maximov, who was possibly looking for a move up the inside, through at turn 2, and Van Wijk completely anticipated and actually went early to make sure he didn't get mugged. Thomas Verheyen is there, and there is Lars Lambers. And look at the freight train coming down the Europolan for the final time. Oh, Verheyen defends against Lambers going into turn 7. That's now going to be the squabble over 3rd place. And once again, Lambers tries to look through the inside at turn number 8. However, coming out of turn number 9 for the final time, Maximov now starts to move the cart left of Van Wijk to try and get the run through turn number 11. Oh, could this be the opportunity? Maximov swings it wide to the outside, tries to get the undercut. Oh, tangles with the bumper. He loses the back end. Oh, and Lambers on the grass as they come across the line to take the checkered. Holy moly. Talk about that for a grandstand finish. Thijs van Wijk takes the win after 12 laps of racing by 0.134 of a second. Maximov and Lambers, wheel to wheel. Lambers, throttle fully pinned, nigh on 2 wheels on the grass across the line. And they take 2nd and 3rd respectively. Thomas Verheyen rounded out the top 4, covered by 2.5 tenths. Luca van Leer, Bran van der Weken, Nuden Engelsman, Jim Back, Jake Menton, Boris Verhaag, Lieke van Berkel, AJ Berggraaf, Lucas Stodder, Tom Hedger, Nicholas Nijs, Jort van Ekelen, Justin Fonk, and Nicolas Machon. Now, Nicolas Machon did not get past sector number 2. Well, I think, not too sure if there's a problem with the transponder, but Nicolas Machon rounds out that grid. But Van Wijk leads a very, very feisty 2nd and 3rd place battle over the line to take the win in the junior heat. Time for our penultimate heat of race day, and it is DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's an all-Danish front row with Frederik Zebis and William Norbeek. Nicolas Guillaume and Jordi Klebol, the two main protagonists for the ticket for Team Belgium, line up on row number 2. Row number 3, it's going to be Jordi's father, Karl, and he'll be joined by Luca Neuenhausen on row 3. Then row 4, we've got Dimitri Ostrovsky from Germany and Niels Böhler from the Netherlands. Kian de Brandt starting down in 9th, ahead of Jannik Nielsen from Denmark with Wim Rouleau. Vincent van Kerkhoven making his DD2 debut, would you believe it? And lining up at the rear end of the field, Axel Hoos and Marit Vassot. So, Frederik Zebis now has jumped ship from the confines of Auris Competition and Robert Schlunzen to Stan Pex and his crew at SP Motorsport. And what a way to start your new association with a team by putting it on pole. But of course, Frederik Zebis will be in competition next weekend for the B&L Karting Series finale, round 4 out of 4. So again, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Temperature has now jumped up again. We're up to 22 degrees Celsius. I think due to hit highs of around about 23 at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So yeah, we've still got plenty of opportunity for some wonderful weather. Okay, with a little bit of cloud cover. There is a little bit more cloud cover than there was this morning. However, that should not detract that it's bone dry here on the circuit. The DD2 and DD2 Masters field for their heat get into formation. So it is Zebis and Norbeek, the Dane train on the front row of the field, as they slowly make their way out of the final corner. Red lights on the gantry. Here we go. Revs rise into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're underway. Good start by the pole sitter. And Guillaume slots in behind. There's Norbeek. Oh, we've got a spinner at turn 1 already. One driver having to use the avoidance of the runoff area. So somebody already having big dramas as the field makes its way out of the Europaland. Oh, Vincent van Kerkhoven slightly slow out of turn 6. And it was Dimitri Ostrovsky, the 516 from Germany, that found himself backwards off of turn number 1 as the field comes out of turn 9 for the first time. So Zebis leads. Second, it's Guillaume. Norbeek rounds out the top 3. Fourth, it's Jordi, followed by Father Karl. They round out the top, Karl Klebel. They round out the top 5. And, well, Jannik Nielsen has got himself up the order and he's jumped 4 places up to P6. He's ahead of Luca Neuenhausen, Niels Böhler, Kian de Brandt, Wim Rouleau. Axel Hoos has moved up 2 places and is running 11th. The driver normally associated with Combi Kart Racing Team, with Willem de Loos, normally running that crew. That's showing as a privateer according to my entry list. But 8.5 minutes to go. Very compact at the front end of the field. William Norbeek trying to look for a move on Nicolas Guillaume as they come out of turn number 11 here on lap 2. Zebis has got a lead, and it's probably the best part of 4 tenths as they come through the final corner and across the line. Maybe make that about half a second. Yep, bang on, nigh on half a second there. New fastest lap by the race leader. So Dimitri Ostrovsky, the first confirmed retiree, didn't even make it past the outskirts of turn number 1, unfortunately, ending up on the grass. As the fight really starting to kick off a little bit between 2nd to 5th. But that does also include the DD2 Masters class leader. Karl Klebel might have to jump past son Jordi, to put a kart between himself and the fast-charging Dane, the 507 of Yannick Nielsen. And Nielsen is not too far behind. Meantime, well, Jordi's got his own race to run. He's battling for P3 overall, with William Nordbeek just in front. Niels Berler not too far behind. Luca Neuenhausen now down 2 places and running in 8th ahead of Kian de Brandt. Axel Hoos now up into 10th place ahead of countryman Wim Hulot in the number 554. Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Mahed Fassot still running. But things could be very, very close at the front. Well, Frederick Zebis, he's pulled away. And now Guillaume is doing the same with regards to Norbeek in 3rd. So it's going to be a 3-kart brawl for 3rd place overall. But Guillaume's got to start pulling away on the Kart Republic chassis a little bit here, if I'm completely honest. But Jordi Klebor still trying to put William Nordbeek under pressure. Don't forget, well, Jordi and Karl Klebor, they know this circuit like the back of their hand. It's local turf to them. William Nordbeek, I haven't seen run that often here at Karting Genk, but still with the Dane being very, very racy in 3rd position. 1.4 seconds off of the race leader and former teammate, Frederick Zebis. So, after 4 laps, Zebis has a lead of nearly a second. The fastest lap of the race so far, 54.127 by the race leader. Guillaume, last time around, did a 54.447. Was about a 10th slower in sector number 1. Sector 2, Guillaume nearly a 10.5 behind. So losing time to his teammate, but is still keeping Nordbeek, Jordi and Karl Klebor very, very honest, as in, I'm going to keep them behind me, thank you very much. Luca Neuenhausen loses another position as Kian de Brandt in the 458 for Shepherds Racing moves up another position. So Zebis makes his way through turn number 8. He's got a 1.3 second lead, and that is gathering pace all the time. He was a 10.5 up in sector 1 on Guillaume, who last time round set a personal best. 16.090 in sector 2 for Zebis. Guillaume, 16.130. Guillaume celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday. Many happy returns, buddy. He said to me that 17 sounds better. But he had a wonderful time with his other half, Leanne. I had a wonderful time there. I did see the wonderful pictures of them celebrating his 18th birthday on Instagram stories yesterday. So thank you very much for that, Lisanne. But we still have 4.25 minutes plus an additional lap to go. Axel Hoos is closing that distance down between himself and Luca Neuenhausen. That is down to about 7.5 tenths of a second. But the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, really ramping up. It's between 3 Max DD2 drivers, the 1st and the 3rd of which are battling over the ticket for the Grand Finals this year. Now, Axel Hoos is still in the fight for the championship. So even though if he wins the championship, he does not get the ticket. He's already got his. Courtesy of his result last week at Chrono Karting at Circuit de Lanzaert in Eindhoven. But with now nearly a 2.2 second gap, Zebis has the fastest lap of the race again, 53.959. Guillaume, 54.469 was his last lap, and he's hemorrhaging time to the race leader. It's probably going to be the best part of what? 3 tenths, maybe a little bit more? Yeah, loses another That's another 4/10 lost by Nicolas Guillaume to Frederick Zebis. And he's really got to watch his 6 because Jordi Kleber, in the meantime, got past William Norbeek and now is closing in on his chief rival. Now, bearing in mind, Guillaume so far this season has had 2 double victories. Double win at Marienburg, double win at Kerpen. He had a 3rd and a 2nd at the opening round of the season at Karting Genk. So it's very, very close. But the thing is that if he does enough to have, I would say, at least a 60-point advantage on Jordi Kleber, by the time we get into the finals, it might pretty well be sewn up. But that depends on what happens in the pre-final and what happens in the final. But with a lead of nearly 3 seconds, Frederick Zebis' choice to go to SP Motorsport looks at this early stage to be a very, very promising decision. This does sometimes happen with drivers. They either swap mid-season or towards the end of a campaign. 1 minute and a quarter to go. We are on lap number 10. And the pace that Frederick Zebis has been setting has been rather ruthless, if I'm completely honest with you. Three laps to go then. We're on lap 10. Well, we're on now to lap 11. So this plus 2 more, including the timer counting down. So Frederick Zebis, if he does a 54, a low 54, so a 54.1, 54.2, then he'll cross the line with literally nothing to spare. But with a lead of 3.4 seconds over teammate Nicolas Guillaume, that's an ominous sign for next week's B&L Karting Series finale. Guillaume again loses a 10th and a half in the opening sector. Through sector 2, what's the gap going to be lost? 2 100ths. So here we go. It's going to come down to the wire. 5, 4, 3, 2 seconds. 2 laps to go. Lap 12 now underway. Guillaume and Jordi Kleber 3/10 apart. Guillaume that time around was faster. But the gap is around about 3/10 of a second between P2 and P3. But the timer has now finally expired. Next time around, it will be the last lap of the race. And Frederick Zebis doing exactly what he needs to do. Control the race from the front. And Guillaume just keeping it calm and composed. And out of the final corner. Last lap underway in the DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat. Zebis leads by 4.2 seconds going over onto the 13th and final lap of this race. Nicolas Guillaume, Jordi Kleber rounding out the top 3. William Norbeek 4th. Karl Kleber leading the way in Masters, but Yannick Nielsen has been closing in on the man known as De Bakker, who is actually a baker by trade, has multiple bakeries in the local area, which do some fantastic baked goods. I know from experience, and so did the team here at Karting Genk. But one driver, above all, is shining in his new atmosphere, his new habitat, because new recruit at SP Motorsport, Frederick Zebis, not only started from pole position, he's led every single lap, and he takes the checkered after starting on pole from lights out after 13 laps, and he wins by a considerable margin. 4.7 seconds after 13 laps of racing. Jordi Kleber rounds out the top 3 ahead of William Norbeek. Karl Kleber takes the victory in DD2 Masters by nearly 1.6 seconds ahead of Yannick Nielsen, who rounds out the top 6 and who moved up 4 places through the race. Kian de Brandt finishes 7th ahead of Niels Böhler. Luca Neuenhausen will look to move up the order. Well, he finished 9th in that one ahead of Axel Hoos. Wim Rouleau, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, with Mahed Fasud rounding out the finishers. Unfortunately, Dmitry Ostrovsky from Germany, we lost very, very quickly in the race on the outskirts of lap 1, turn 1, but Zebis showing he means business. Time for our last heat of Championship Sunday. It's the Senior Rotax Heat. Let's take you through the starting grid. After time qualifying this morning, it was Vic Stevens that took pole position, ahead of Jaden Teen, who currently leads on 327 points. Vic Stevens currently second in the standings on 312. Boulouette and Lawrence Herboz round out the top four. Great to see Boulouette back after 10 weeks away from racing after significant rib-related injuries, which included muscle separation and also some broken ribs in the same time. They're ahead of Sebastian Koch and Mika van der Parvert. Jort van Wijk and Ruben Verheyen round out the top four rows, and completing the top 10, it's Miel Hendricks and Lotus Tveen. Sverre Ubben and Martin Geiskens ran at the top 12 ahead of Olivier Jonkers, Ralf van der Parvert, Kaz Tobben, Lex Quintens, Dante Sima, Matthias Schantz, Enes de Mercaya, Scott Westhovens, Kevin Navis, Jack de Kock, Rein van der Meer, and Giorgio Markenstein rounding out the finishing, or the starting order thereof. So we go on to the official formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. So a big thank you to everyone continuing to watch on the official B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. All races are being recorded live as we speak, and they will be put into the respective playlist once everything's all done and dusted and the dust has settled here at the home of champions. So a little bit more cloud cover. Wind has picked up 5 miles an hour, 8 kph to the northeast. Humidity has started to drop. It was around about 75% at the beginning of the race day. It's now dropped to 57%. But it is down to the front row. Vic Stevens and Jaden Teen. They will control the rolling start. They now start getting into formation as the drivers cross the point of no return, the red line. So 12 rows, 24 drivers in Senior Rotax make their way out of the final corner at a consistent speed. Revs rise into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're underway. Good start by Boulouette, who slots in behind Vic Stevens. Jaden Teen hanging it around the outside. We've had a bit of rally crossing. Joker lap engaged by 5 carts, and 1 has already gotten out of theirs. And, I'm not too sure if that driver is suffering. Walking with a little bit of a limp, I'm afraid. That's off of turn 1. And I got a suspicious feeling that might be Denmark's Lotus Tveen. It was, yes. She hasn't broken the first timing beam. Looks like a limp with the right leg for the young Dane. Real shame for her after a great qualifying performance. But the field makes its way out of turn 11. And what's more, the lead has changed. Vic Stevens has been unceremoniously dumped down a 4th as Jaden Teen takes the race lead. Ahead of Boulouette in second, who's 3 3/4 tenths behind. Vic Stevens third, Sebastian Koch in 4th. Jort van Wijk, Ruben Verheyen, Miel Hendricks, Kaz Tobben. Rein van der Meer, where have you sprung from? 23rd, I think it was. 23rd on the grid. And is now up to 10th place. Oh, well, that just goes to show some things don't change. You have a multi-cart incident. It puts the cat amongst the pigeons. And there you go. But change for the race lead, I think. Hang on a second. Coming out of turn number 11, it is going to be Boulouette leads the way. He got past on Jaden Teen. And Teen now down into second. A little bit of a fight further back, I think, Miel Hendricks. Running on the CS55 chassis. Endorsed by one man that is currently racing for Scuderia Ferrari in Formula 1, Carlos Sainz, who will be switching allegiance to Williams and Grove in Oxfordshire, alongside Alexander Albon in 2025 in Formula 1. So another Formula 1 driver that decides to join the brigade of karting. Kart marks now coming onto the market through other providers. But it is getting very, very close at the front end of the field. Top 4 last time around were covered by 6/10. Louette's leads. Teen second. Third is Stevens. Fourth is Koch. Fifth, Van Wyk. Then Hendricks. Then Herboz, who's got past Verheyen in the meantime. Ruben Verheyen, I mean. Kaz Tobben, Mika van der Pavet. Change for the race lead and change for second. Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens both get through on Boulouette at turn 2 on lap 4. Now things are closing up between the drivers in 5th to 7th. So Van Wyk, Hendricks and Herboz. That's going to be an interesting one. Herboz trying to get through already on Hendricks, going through into turn number 8. And now the train has really started to elongate. So we have the top 10 last time round, rounded out by Mika van der Pavet, covered by 2.5 seconds. And it could be maybe slightly less than that as we cross the line very shortly. Jaden Teen is the first one to do so. Lap 4 in the books. Top 10 covered by 2.4. Fastest lap of the race, Sverre Ubben down in 12th. And Giorgio Markenstein, who started from the tail end, Charlie, that is the very, very back of the field, now up to 11th place. Sverre Ubben has been overtaken by Markenstein, but has also seen that Sverre Ubben has got the fastest lap of the race. Boulouette has become the cork in the bottle from third backwards. So Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens are now going to start battling on with each other. And of course, they have been battling all the way through this season so far. They come out of turn number 11. And Boulouette has lost out third. Sebastian Koch now up into third place. Oh, and right, Van Wyk was defending against Hendricks. Hendricks has got the overspeed and is going wheel to wheel down the start-finish straight into turns 1 and 2. And change for the lead as well. Change for the lead. Vic Stevens through on Jaden Teen. It was only an inevitability. It wasn't a case of when. It was not a case of if. It was a case of definitively when was Vic Stevens going to pull the trigger. And he did it calmly and coolly. Both drivers giving each other enough racing room. So, at the moment, it's now Vic Stevens, new race leader here on lap number 6, ahead of Jaden Teen. Sebastian Koch rounding up the top 3. Boulouette, Jort van Wyk, Miel Hendricks rounding out the top 6 positions. Lawrence Herboz. Then we've also got the 308 of Kaz Tobben. Still behind Ruben Verheyen at the moment. Mika van der Pavet trying to chase them down. Van der Pavet dives up the inside, and that is 9th for the 386 from SP Motorsport. Meantime, Jaden Teen is trying to keep Vic Stevens very, very honest. Okay, time penalty given to the 329 Matthias Schanz. 3 seconds for leaving the corridor with 1 or 2 wheels outside of it. So broke formation before the red lights went out. So coming down to the last 3.5 minutes, well, Stevens and Teen have just bolted. They are away and clear. They are 1.3 seconds up the road from Boulouette, who's now got back through on Sebastian Koch to retake third place. Don't forget, earlier on, Boulouette did lead this at one point, but got mugged by both Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens at that point in time. So 3 minutes to go. 23 out of 24 runners and riders still circulating. Lotus Tween, unfortunately, sitting by the sidelines, and we'll have to wait for her opportunity in the pre-final. Jaden Teen starting to close in on Vic Stevens as they head through into turn number 11. Here on lap 8. Out of 11 they go. 3 kart lengths between them, if that, which will equate to probably about I'd maybe say a 10th and a half of a second. They come across the line. 0.186. New fastest lap by Jaden Teen. 54.865 for the 359. Running with a nice split livery. I still remember when Matty Higgins ran a split livery. Very much reminiscent of the BAR Lucky Strike and 555 livery back in the 1990s before the FIA decided to ban that one. A little bit further back. There is a battle. Lex Quintans and Dante Sima battling away. That is down for 19th position. So, two main battles at the front end of the field. First and second, Stevens versus Teen. Third and fourth, Louet versus Koch. And the latter one is between two drivers from Dams Racing. As Jaden Teen has yet to pull the trigger in his own right, because he was 0.175 seconds behind Vic Stevens after 9 laps. We're now on to double digits with a minute and 20 still to go here in this last heat of the season. Let me get into the talking point of point scores coming up from the pre-finals onwards, but we'll only really take into consideration the championship permutations for the last races of the season. Less than 60 seconds to go, and Jaden Teen still keeping Vic Stevens very, very honest. The same could be said about Sebastian Koch and Bo Louet. Louet in third, Koch in fourth. Herbols in fifth, Van Wyk, Hendricks, Verheyen, Van der Pavert, that's Mika in ninth. Kaz Tobben up 5 spots. Sverre Ubben has finally found a way past Giorgio Markenstein, who is now dropped to 14th. So Sverre Ubben, Matthias Schanz, who has a 3-second post-race time penalty, in 12th, ahead of Martin Gaiskens and Giorgio Markenstein. Ralph van der Pavert rounds out the top 15. Ralph, the elder brother of Mika. Mika running with SP Motorsport. And Ralph running with SR Solutions these days under Scott Svart. But we are counting down the seconds. And we are going to have one more lap to go. So that is it. Time is up. One tour remains. And Vic Stevens still holds on to the race lead ahead of Jaden Teen. 12th and final lap underway for the heat. And Jaden Teen looks for the move up the inside at turn 3. Brilliant stuff there by the 359 from the Netherlands. He was 2.35 tenths of a second behind Vic Stevens, but managed to get the run through at turn 3. Oh, dearie me, they're wheel to wheel. Stevens is going to have the inside line for the race lead and gets back through at turn 7. On the final lap of this race, but don't expect the drama to end there, because Jaden Teen got a real hole shot coming out of turn number 9. Is he going to dive to the inside of turn 10? Not quite, but it could be the run to the line. This is allowing the two Dams Racing drivers behind them to close. Louet and Koch, but out of the final corner. Teen's got the slipstream. He's going to try and pull alongside. It's a drag race to the finish. Oh, it was a whisker. 23 thousandths photo finish. And it's Vic Stevens that provisionally picks up the victory in that one. Oh, he held Jaden Teen a little bit there. Just kept him on the racing line. And they were across the stripe. It was literally the length of a front bumper, but fair game in that exchange. Vic Stevens takes the win by 23 thousandths of a second. Bo Louet third. Sebastian Koch fourth. Lawrence Herboz rounds out the top 5 ahead of Jort van Wyk, Mio Hendricks, Ruben Verheyen, Mika van der Pavert, and Sverre Ubben completing the top 10. Kaz Tobben takes 11th ahead of Martin Gaiskens. Matthias Schanz finishes 13th. But gets a 3-second time penalty, will only move down to 14th on that. So Markenstein will move to 13th, Ralph van der Pavert 15th, Enes de Mercaya, Ollie Jonkers, Lex Quintans, Rein van der Meer, and Kevin Navis round out the top 20. Dante Sima, Jack de Kock, and Scott Westhovens round out the finishers. And unfortunately, on the opening lap on turn 1, we lost Denmark's Lotus Tveen. Well, as the recovery truck now heads its way out onto the circuit to pick up Lotus Fien and her cart off of turn 6, that is it from us for now for the lunch break. But folks, you haven't got long to wait. We'll be back just before 1:30 local time here in the Limburg region of Belgium to kickstart the real talking points. And that starts with the pre-finals at 1:30 this afternoon, starting with Minimax. Minimax rookie. You can see there Lotus having a little bit of a limp, I think, with the right leg. Just hope she's all okay. Very determined driver is Lotus. But that is it from us for now. We will see you just before the end of the lunch break as we get ready and under starters' orders for the pre-finals for the final round of the 2024 Rotax Belgian Max Challenge season here at the Home of Champions. Dames and Herres, Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuing coverage of the fourth and final round of the Rotax Belgian Max Challenge here at the home of champions Karting Genk. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position, and there you see the timetable that still is left to run. 8 more races to go before we not only crown our 2024 Rotax Belgian Max Challenge champions, but we also give away 5 tickets to the 25th anniversary event, which will actually be the 24th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. And that will take place in 4 weeks' time. So around about this time, 4 weeks from now, drivers, well over near on 400 drivers from over 55 plus nationalities will be in the hub of southern Italy, surrounded by the shadows of Mount Vesuvius at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, Sarno, southern Italy. Mini and Mini Rookie will be the first set of drivers that will have their pre-final, and then we'll start the finals at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, local time, barring any delays or stoppages. A lot of very, very close racing action so far. But looking back at the heat earlier on today, the only driver to get a penalty in that race was Maria Roberto for 1 or 2 wheels outside of the tram line, so breaking formation before the red lights went out. But it was Vince van der Hollen who won after 12 laps of racing, ahead of Vic van Kampenhout. Jeff Verbeek rounded out the top 3 ahead of Jens Moonen. Victor Reutz was 5th ahead of Devrim Yater. Good work by the youngster from Turkey, Can Osler, in the 169, finishing 7th, was up to 6th at one point. Finished ahead of Jens Moonen, who won in Mini Rookie and is pretty much, well, there's no points taken into consideration. But now we look at the real crux of the matter. Temperature has now gone up to 23 degrees Celsius, as we are literally 30 seconds away from our first of 4 pre-finals. There you see the podium, and on the left-hand side are the championship trophies. The right-hand side are the weekend results, so basically the trophies for the finals later on, which will start at 3 p.m. But we're seconds away from our first of 4 last pre-finals of the 2024 season. Let's take you through the grid for the Mini and Mini Rookie pre-final here at the home of champions. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And on pole position, it's going to be Vince van der Hollen that will lead the field from pole. Vic van Kampenhout, his closest competitor, and also countryman alongside on the front row. Jeff Verbeek and Jens Moonen on row number 2. Victor Reutz and Devrim Yater will round out the top 3 rows. Can Osler, Jesse Moonen, Maria Roberto, Ryan Rampadarath, Matthias Verreken, Leon Herboz, Tristan Abeels, Dejan Habits, Noah Steyhouder, Sasha Adjabrail and Jack Dupre round out the 17-strong grid. The field making its way through out of turns 8 and 9 at this 1,360-metre circuit. However, number 12 has stopped. Noah Steyhouder from the Netherlands. That is the cut through halfway down the Europolan, so we could be down to 16 runners and riders in this one, I'm afraid. Drivers now heading onto the formation lap. So let's start taking drop scores into account, shall we? Based on their lowest drop scores so far, the ranking in the top 6 is as follows. Vince van der Hollen is effectively leading by 5 points. He's on 162. Vic van Kampenhout 157. Jens Moonen third 147. Jeff Verbeek a further point adrift 146 in 4th. Victor Reutz 143 points and Leon Herboz 132, which means there is a 27-point spread over the top 6. Jesse Moonen and Tristan Abeels at this point in the season are dead level on points. 117 points apiece. So effectively, both are going to come down to the wire when it comes to the championship and when it comes to the grand finals ticket for a Belgian driver. However, we are under starters' orders. Red lights on the gantry here at the home of champions. Out of the final corner, revs rise, lights are not out, full start has been called. Race director Martin Leiner sending them around for another 1,360 metres. And at this particular point in the championship season, the best 5 out of 6 results go towards the standings. So it all does depend on what happens next. That is crucial, because whoever is the driver at the sharp end of this is going to be the one that has the advantage. But the pressure could be nigh on almighty heading into the final later on today. The field now at a snail's pace come out of turn number 11. This is where we really get things set up and ready to rock and roll. Crank it up to volume number 11 and let those Rotax Max Evo engines roar to full throttle. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. This time, we're lights out and underway. Good start by Van der Hullen. Vic van Kampenhout loses 2 positions. Oh, but a bit wide there between Jens Thimoonen and Victor Reutz. Did Vic van Kampenhout manage to get back through for third place? No, not quite. 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. But we did have a change of lead. It was Jeff Verbeek. Now Vic van Kampenhout has got the race lead at the moment. So Van der Hullen, 50 points. Vic van Kampenhout, currently 49. Oh, that means that Vic van Kampenhout has got to start working fast. So 55 points for a win, 52 for second, 50 for third. Kampenhout needs more than a 4th place finish in this race. Moonen at the minute, 48 points. Puts him on 195. Jeff Verbeek, currently second, 52. Puts him on 198. Victor Reutz at the moment, 50 points. 193. Leon Herbeau's down in 12th. Maybe out of the... Well, will still have a mathematical opportunity, but may be clearly out of it. At the moment, well, Jesse Moonen and Leon Herbeau's are 2.5 tenths of a second apart. But in the meantime, well, someone's got on with business. Vic van Kampenhout now up to second. Victor Reutz now third. So let's see. They come across the line. So Jeff Verbeek drops to 4th. Victor Reutz in third. Sorry. In third place. So Vince van der Hullen leads. New fastest lap by the man in second. Vic van Kampenhout, if you might remember. And Karel Pakwe saying, let's go Bran van der Weken, Belgium bullet. That's a nice bit of encouragement there. Also, Jeff Verbeek is being cheered on by Karel Pakwe. So big thank you to everyone watching on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel. We will be also broadcasting there for the B&L Karting Series season finale. Round 4 out of 4 next weekend, the 28th and the 29th of September. 23 degrees air temperature, humidity 53%. So it is slightly dropping. No forecasted rain in the immediate future. But Vic van Kampenhout trying to keep his head down at the moment. So Vince van der Hullen leads Vic van Kampenhout by 4.5 tenths of a second. New fastest lap by the driver in third, Victor Reutz, 59.874. Jeff Verbeek now in fourth. Fifth, Jens Moonen. And Leon Herbo's at the moment running in 12th place. And in the meantime, well, Ryan Rampadarath now currently runs 9th. So Tristan Abeels is currently 14th. And Yesemun at the moment is running. So the advantage in Mini Rookie goes to 4 points at the moment, provisionally as things stand, with Yesemunen on 160, including drop scores, Tristan Abeels 156. But Vince van der Hullen is doing everything to try and open up that gap. Because it was 5 points, it's now 8. So Van Kampenhout has got to beat van der Hullen, but that is a tall order based on the facts of what performances I've seen from both drivers. Van der Hullen, for the last 2 races of the season at Kartclub Karpen for round 2 of the championship, has won. Van Kampenhout struck early and got a victory at the opening round of the season at Marienborg. Van der Hullen struggled in the final, if I remember correctly. Had an incident that didn't really sit very well with him, but has come back firing. So at the moment, with just under half time to go, Vince van der Hullen leads by 4.36 tenths of a second ahead of Vic van Kampenhout. Victor Reutz rounds out the top 3, closely on the 124's rear bumper. Jeff Verbeek, Jens Moonen, Devon Mieta, Can Osler, Maria Roberto, Ryan Rampadarath, and Jesse Moonen round out the top 10. Matthias Verreken, Leon Herbos, Dejan Habits, Tristan Abeels, Sasha Al-Jibrail, and Jacques Depré rounding out the 16 runners. Unfortunately, Noah Stayhouder broke down halfway down the Europalan on the formation lap. So unfortunately, the youngster from the Netherlands unable to make the best of it. So let's see what the difference is between Vince van der Hullen and Vic van Kampenhout. Okay, new fastest lap by 1/1000th. Victor Reutz in third, 59.480. Vic van Kampenhout 1/1000th slower, who in turn was nearly a tenth quicker than Vince van der Hullen. Gap now down to under 3.5 tenths of a second. There is still just over 3.5 minutes, plus that all-important additional lap. Now, the thing is, it's all about composure, it's all about motivation, and how deep you're willing to dig. And I'm not talking about digging out ground. Digging inside yourself and having that extra bit of mental resolve to go, you know what? I can do this. I've done it before. I'll do it again. So now the real fight starts with just over 3 minutes to go. The gap between first and second was just under 3.5 tenths. What is it now? 2.5. So Van Kampenhout per sector is taking time out of the race leader. He is closing. He's bringing Victor Reutz along with him for the ride. Victor Reutz, new fastest lap, 59.395. 4 tenths cover the top 3 as they go through into turn 6. Here on lap 8. Now it's the all-important drag down the Europalan. Van der Hullen has got the waft with him, but Van Kampenhout has got the determination and the intestinal fortitude, more commonly known as the 4-letter word as guts, to go after him. As they say, it's not over until the last checkered flag falls on championship finals day. And that's what we've got right here. So another lap completed. Gap now still 2.5 tenths. There's another little bit of a dig inside himself that Vic van Kampenhout needs to do. But it's also down to the fact of, can he keep the pressure on? Well, considering the fact of the rivalry that these two drivers have had all season long, it's now about the risk versus reward. But you try a desperate move, you could get the wrong outcome. So it's always just about sometimes leaving a little bit in the tank, ready to release that explosive burst of energy when you need it the most. But of course, sometimes if you're locked in a kind of stalemate that we got at the top three, who have been covered by no more than half a second over the last 3 to 4 laps. There's 3/10 now between first and second, and a new fastest lap by the race leader. The thing is now Vince van der Harlen will be counting down the seconds as if to say, right, okay, I need to go for it. I know I've got the machinery underneath. I've got myself to believe in. It's all about self-belief and confidence in this sport. So the leaders come through turn number 7 for what will be the penultimate time. Well, not the penultimate time. I think we might cross the line and get another 2 laps in. So 24 seconds. We're on lap 10. This could be down to the wire. Yeah, we're very, very tight on time. But Vince van der Harlen leads the field into turn number 12 at 8 seconds. We're going to be close. 5, 4, 3, 2. 2 laps to go. Gap still 0.3. So that means that Vic van Kampenhout has about 2,100 meters to go. And if he does get the move, then all bets are off. So timer has expired here in the Minimax and Mini Rookie Pre-Final. And Vince van der Harlen still leads, despite the best efforts of the rivals behind him. Through into the final corner, 1,360 meters to circumnavigate, 12 corners. Over the line we go, last lap underway, 3/10 is the gap between first and second. Nice move there by Jeff Verbeek on Jent de Moonen. So that is a change for 4th place, which puts Jent de Moonen and Jeff Verbeek tied on points. And if it went to count back, if the championship season was to finish as it does now, well, that would mean that Jeff Verbeek would be 3rd in the championship standings. However, Vic van Kampenhout, he's got 1 attempt at this, but it looks like the 124 is trying to keep pace, but it's not going to be enough in this pre-final. Final corner remains, and out of it comes the 130. It's 2 at Kerpen, and another one. A win in the pre-final here at Genk. Vince van der Harlen takes the win by 0.383 of a second. Ahead of Vic van Kampenhout, and provisionally that extends his points lead after drop scores taken into consideration. 217 points, 8 ahead of the man who finished behind him in second position. Victor Reutz takes 3rd, Jeff Verbeek 4th, Jent de Moonen 5th. They're level, 3rd equal apiece, 195. Then we got Can Osler, who again made a nice bit of inroads. Took 6th ahead of Devrim Yater. Maria Roberto, Ryan Rampadana takes the mini rookie win. Ahead of Leon Herbos. Matthias Verreken, Dayan Habits, Jesse Moonen, Tristan Abeels, Sasha Al-Jabrail and Jack Dupre rounding out the finishing order. Noah Stayhouder, unfortunately, retiring on the opening formation lap and didn't even get past the Europalan. So for those watching on the official live stream on the B&L Karting Series YouTube channel, thank you so much for your patience. We do have a delay in progress as Race Director Martin Liner has been summoned to go over to the stewards. So we are under a delay at the moment, which is running close to 10 minutes behind schedule. So we should be hopefully very shortly back on track and racing very soon. Okay, so slight change of plan to the timetable. That always ends up being, in some respects, sometimes this does happen. So what will be happening is that there is a current ongoing discussion reference to Junior Heat, reference some decisions that were made. That is currently under discussion. So what we will be doing is very shortly be getting underway with our DD2 pre-final. And then after that, once the decision has been made, reference the Heat for juniors, then we will be getting underway with their pre-final. Obviously, that depends on the length of the discussion accordingly. So we very shortly will be getting underway with our next pre-final. Instead of the juniors going out first, going out second, it will be DD2 and DD2 Masters up next. So let's get underway with the DD2 and the DD2 Masters pre-final. Here's your starting grid. Following on from the heat earlier on, Frederick Zebis will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Nicolas Guillaume. No penalties in the heat early on. Some very clean racing out there. Yuri Klibor and William Nordbeek will be rounding out row number 2. Carl Klibor will be lining up alongside Yannick Nielsen. That is going to be an all DD2 Masters row 3 with Klibor on pole position. Kian de Brandt and Niels Berler round out row 4. Completing the top 10, Luca Neuenhausen and Axel Hoos, Wim Rouleau, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Marit Fassot and Dmitry Ostrovsky, whose heat didn't get any further past the outskirts of the grass on turn 1. So the drivers head onto their formation lap. And this is where, again, we have to look at how the points will work out. So let's take drop scores into consideration, shall we? Nicolas Guillaume at the moment leads the way in DD2 on 272 points. And he is 23 points ahead of Yuri Klibor, who's on 249. Axel Hoos is on 247, but is already a ticket winner through CNAF, being a CNAF registered driver. That's the ASN for the Netherlands. And then Kian de Brandt might be out of contention after this race. He's 48 points behind Nicolas Guillaume. If that stretches to more than 55, then de Brandt is out of the hunt for the ticket, and then it's down to Guillaume and Klibor. But Guillaume has the advantage. If he stays ahead and finishes in front of Yuri Klibor, the ticket and the title is his. So with an all SP Motorsport front row, into the tram lines we go. Ready, set, let's get racing in DD2 and DD2 Masters. This is an even start at the front row of the field. And Guillaume is having to watch himself. Oh, dramas. Carl Clibor straight on. I think that was Yannick Nielsen also involved in that. But Carl Clibor, not exactly how he wanted the pre-finals to start. And he went literally flying straight on. He's out of the car. That's it. His race is done. Not exactly what he wanted in terms of a warm-up for the B&L Karting Series finale next week. Let me tell you that much. Once again, turn one being a little bit of a pinch point. But at the moment, Frederick Zebis leads the way. Nicolas Guillaume in second. Jordi Klebor in third place. So, at the moment, Guillaume, 52 points. Klebor, 50. Oh, right. Well, at the minute, that could prove to be rather interesting over the... So it's on that perspective, what's just happened to Carl Klebel, well, that's made things a little bit easier for a few other drivers. But at the minute, well, Nicolas Guillaume will be on 324 points. Jordi Klebor, 299. That's 25 points between the pair of them. So the top three has strode away into the distance, but Luke Neuenhausen is the de facto karting Jarno Trulli leader of the train at the moment. He's got behind him Wim Hulot. Kian de Brandt currently in sixth position. That is 47 points. Oh, that's going to put it... Oh, right. Okay. So, at the moment, Kian de Brandt, if he drops any further than ninth, he's out of the ticket hunt. That's it. I think Kian de Brandt has probably resigned himself to the fact that it's not going to happen this year, which puts it a straight-out dogfight between Jordi Klebor and Nicolas Guillaume for the BMC title. Along with that, Axel Hoos has just made up another place. And that was on Yannick Nielsen. Axel Hoos, ninth place next to 44 points. Puts him on 291, 8 behind Klebor. Right, bit of a sneaky one there. And that was from the... 428. Well, what happened? So William Norbeek must have been the other driver that went off. So Klebor's been hit. Okay, let's have a look at this. So Carl Klebor started fifth. William Norbeek was fourth. So could have been 1 + 1 = 2 on that one, maybe. But that's not down to me. That is down to our stewards and our race control. Meantime, Frederick Zebis leading the way by 9/10. What a fight we've got for seventh at the moment. Hulot, Berler, and Yannick Nielsen, I think. So, so there's going to be some argy-bargy elbows out kind of stuff happening right now. There's the 518. That's Dmitry Ostrovsky, who's stormed his way through the field. Ostrovsky now up into, I think... Who's he just got past? That was Wim Hulot. So that was sixth place. So up now 8 spots is the German. 5.5 minutes to go. Right. So now, this is an interesting fact I'm going to throw at you lot now. 14th place for Carl Klebor, even though he hasn't finished, will net him 39 points. Now, the DD2 Masters driver that I've spotted from Belgium that is currently leading the standings, who is actually not racing this weekend, is Christophe Lassau. So with that, that is 1 point between them. Oh, dive and a half up the inside of Vincent van Kerkhoven. That was William Nordbeek, I believe. More argy-bargy up and down the order here. But the top three seem to be very, very comfortable at the moment. So, Zebis across the line with 4.5 minutes to go. 54.620 is the fastest lap by the Dane. Nicolas Guillaume, 1.25 seconds behind. Clébaut, a further half a second back. And Neuenhausen is battling away with, I think, Wim Rouleau at the moment. Niels Berler battling away. Well, that's Yannick Nielsen who's got through. Then William Nordbeek, who's recovering. Careful. Neuenhausen being told by Wim Rouleau, come on, get on with it. Oh, no! Over the top of Wim Rouleau. I think that was Yannick Nielsen. That was a big incident through into turn 7. The only thing is, Rouleau's just gathered himself up. So looking back at it, yeah, it was very close. And yeah, all of a sudden, left front, right front, make contact, and the RS competition car goes skyward over the top. However, Dimitri Ostrovsky is not done yet. And that's him through on Kian de Brandt. So de Brandt now finds himself down. So he was 4th. He's now 5th. So that is 48 points. Where's Axel Hoos at the moment? Okay, he's currently 10th at 43. So Ronan Lassau very much out of the race. Isn't even here, so can't really worry about that. So 2 3/4 minutes to go. Well, Nicolas Guillaume and Yuri Clébaut are getting closer and closer. This could be very interesting indeed. However, the mathematicals on this are quite, not dumbfounding, but quite intriguing in the fact that we have a 14 kart grid, which effectively means that even if Nicolas Guillaume finished in 14th and Yuri Clébaut finished 2nd, well, that would become Guillaume would still win the title. So Clébaut would probably have not wanted Guillaume to race this weekend. But you know what? True racers fight up until the last checkered flag. But I'm not saying never say never. There is any possibility of something potentially happening. However, 1.5 minutes to go on the timer. And we still have Frederick Zebis is like a freight train. He's gone, right, I'm going to go in. And there's Axel Hoos up the inside of Vincent van Kerkhoven. That's another place gained by the Dutch driver. So keeps him 8 points behind Yuri Clébaut. Meantime, Niels Berler definitely having his own battles. That's with Luca Neuenhausen, who's just been passed by William Nordbeek. So Nordbeek up to 6th place now. Top three have now crossed the line. 2.7 seconds apart between 1st and 3rd. Niels Berler trying his level best to get through on Luca Neuenhausen, but Axel Hoos and Vincent van Kerkhoven are not that far behind. Vincent said to me before driver's briefing last night, yeah, it's been quite interesting. It's a new challenge. And I said, you're following in the footsteps of certain Mr. LaHaye. Dylan is here. in another capacity for SP Motorsport. I'm sure we'll be racing next weekend at the B&L Karting Series finale. Time now, counting down, and one more lap remains for Frederick Zebis. It's going to be a maximum score of 55 points. Nicolas Guillaume, second. Yori Klebo, third. Fourth, it's Dmitry Ostrovsky, who's come back like a whirling dervish. Actually, I'll use a better term. He's come through the field like a whirlwind. Started last, he's now fourth. He's got Kian de Brandt hot on his heels. There's the battle between Luca Neuenhausen, I believe, who's behind him. Niels Berler and Axel Hoos. Vincent van Kerkhoffen rounds out the top 10 ahead of Yannick Nielsen, Marit Fassot. Wim Hulot, who still continuing to run after that incident when he got accidentally run over, by one of the RS competition carts. But it's going to be out of the final corner. A maximum score for Frederick Zebis. But one more race remains, and the hunt is still on. 25 points provisionally. Split your first and second placed riders in the championship standings. Dmitry Ostrovsky, what a run by the German in the 516 on the Charles Leclerc chassis, finishes P4. Kian de Brandt takes fifth, and with it, that is 48 points. William Norbeck, Luca Neuenhausen, Niels Berler takes second in DD2 Masters, ahead of Axel Hoos. Vincent van Kerkhoffen rounds out the top 10. Yannick Nielsen finishes 11th, ahead of Marit Fassot. She finishes 12th, ahead of Wim Hulot, who rounds out the 13 finishes. And on the opening lap, on the outskirts of turn 2, we lost the 540 of Karl Klibor. So, slightly out of schedule, but we get back underway with our junior Rotax pre-final. Here is the starting grid. On pole position, winning the heat earlier on, Thijs van Wijk from the Netherlands. He'll be joined by teammate and countryman Boris Maximov on the front row. Lars Lambers, the highest of the Belgian place drivers in this race, starts third alongside chief rival Thomas Verheyen. Luca van Leer and Bram van der Weken, the Belgian bullet that he's been nicknamed earlier on in the YouTube chat. I think that might stick actually a little bit. I might have to tell Mr. Baudet. A new nickname for Bram van der Weken. Nuden Engelsman and Jim Back round out row number 4 with Jake Menton and Lieke van Berkel completing the top 10. AJ Berggraaf, Lucas Stodder, Tom Reger, Nicholas Nijs, Jord van Ekelen, Boris Verhaag, Justin Fonk and Nicolas Machon rounding out the 18-strong grid. So 2 penalties given out in the amended reclassification. Nicolas Machon, 3-second time penalty for leaving the corridor with at least 1 or 2 wheels outside. And then a front bumper penalty given to Boris Verhaag post-race, dropped him to 16th on the starting grid for the pre-final. So once again, they'll go racing for 10 minutes plus an additional lap for the mini and mini rookie drivers. Sorry, for the junior drivers. So mini and mini rookie pretty much had the results confirmed from the pre-final, which has meant I've been able to update the championship scoreboards. So 5 out of 6 races, the best 5 out of 6 races for so the junior Rotax field, 18 drivers, 9 rows of competitors ready to kick it up into full throttle very, very shortly. The red light's on the starting gantry here. This is where the real championship hunt begins. As we come out of the final corner, revs rise into the tram lines. We are lights out and underway. So let's see who gets the first corner first. It's going to be Van Wijk. Maximov trying to throw it around the outside. Lambers, I think, might have made it through. A bit of a scramble here. Top 7 line astern pretty much. Luca van Leer definitely getting his elbows out, but at the moment Van Wijk has got the race lead. Oh, and someone goes very, very wide. That was one of the SR Solutions carts. And that is Nuden Engelsman, I'm afraid, in the 249, who started 7th. So through they go, down towards turn 10. As we saw previously in the heat, Van Wijk bolted early. Second, it's Maximov. Third, now Verheyen. Oh, this is really, really getting interesting now, folks. So at the minute, it is all changed. Nuden Engelsman tumbles to the bottom end of the field. And who's made the most gains so far? It is Nicolas Machon, up 7 places, now running a genuine 11th at the moment. Great job there by the GKS driver. So now we've had a change for second. Thomas Verheyen has just got through on Boris Maximov. But the thing is that Lambers, at the moment, currently running 4th, is the highest placed Belgian driver that might get that ticket. That's going to put him possibly 1 point behind Maximov as we change again. So another paradigm shift. Once again, it's just Van Wijk is just pulling away. But if you might remember what happened in the heat earlier on, we saw that things were changing. And again, they have changed. And now, Thomas Verheyen again brings the gap down to Lars Lambers to, well, I think there might be a further development in the bit of a fly in the ointment at the moment, because now where is Lars Lambers in all of this? Let's have a look as they come out of turn number 11. So Van Wijk leads, Verheyen, Van der Weyken. Right, okay, so Lars Lambers is now running 5th. Bran van der Weyken 4th. Oh, right, we've got a battle for the ticket on our hands, and that's going to come down to the wire. Now, at the moment, what Thomas Verheyen needs to do right now is to push and go hell for leather. I know there's got to be a little bit of mechanical sympathy taken into consideration, but at the moment, oh, it's really getting a bit feisty out there. Jake Benton, Luca van Leer, I just spotted. Jim back also, but there is someone definitely making sure they are very well represented. That is Bran van der Weyken, I think, who's just made a move. So, Van der Weyken now 3rd. Van der Weyken now up to P3. So that again changes the dynamic. Maximov now down into 4th place. So, way things stand at the moment, Thijs van Wijk leads the way. Thomas Verheyen, 9.5 tenths and a bit behind. Bran van der Weyken has just done the fastest lap of the race. 56.845. Roy de Jonge, let's go Boaz. Patrick Verbista again cheering on Bran van der Weyken in YouTube. And good to see quite a few of you deciding to join at one of the most exciting times on a championship finals day. It's the pre-finals. It's the appetizer before the main course and the dessert that's all thrown in and melanged into one. But Van Wijk is currently, at the moment, on course to really reel things in, because if Van Wijk, on the road, wins both races, he becomes the BMC champion for 2024. Now, it's not the first time Dutch drivers have come to the Belgian Max Challenge and have competed and gotten the title. Of course, Van Wijk's already got a ticket, Maximov has already got a ticket, but it's everyone behind. At the moment, things are changing. Thomas Verheyen, 2nd. Bran van der Weyken, 3rd. Where is Lars Lambers? Still running 5th at the moment, which is 48 points. So at the moment, Lambers leads the race for the ticket on 296 at present. Verheyen, 294. Lambers in 5th, 296. You could not call this any closer, even if you tried. But there's got to be something that happens that changes the whole dynamic. And there is one driver at the back end of the quartet from 2nd to 5th. It's the driver running in 6th place. And that is Luca van Leer. As dive up the inside. That's an attempt from Lars Lambers on Boaz Maximov. It does not work. Bumps and stumbles over the curbing through turn 3. Turn 4 tries to get the run. Can't get it done there, I'm afraid. But change for 2nd. Change for 3rd. Oh, it's all gone a bit Pete Tong there for Thomas Verheyen, because now Bran van der Weyken has ended up in 2nd place. Oh, well, would you believe it? And Verheyen, I think, lost at least a couple of places. Well, let's see. Oh, he's down in 6th. Is he? Let's have a look. So, Van Wijk crosses the line now. Yes, it is 6th place. That's 47 points for Thomas Verheyen. Lars Lambers moves up to 4th place. Maximov now, P3. Oh, that's really changed things a bit, hasn't it? But we still got under 3 minutes to go. Plus an additional lap. Anything can happen. The unpredictable nature of karting is very much something that I feel in my bones. I feel coursing through my veins, the unpredictability surge. It's a bit like a shot of adrenaline. Only no needles required from a medical aspect. But it just goes to show that you make one move and it counteracts everything. So Thomas Verheyen now back up into 5th place, 48 points. So there's still ground to find. 2 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap. And there is going to be another change. Second now goes the way of Boris Maximov. So Bran van der Weyken drops to 3rd. Lars Lambers holding on to 4th at the moment, but has got Thomas Verheyen right up his rear bumper as they go into turn 7 here with just under 2 minutes, plus an additional lap remaining on the counter. And it's going to be an attempt from Van der Weyken up the inside on Maximov, and he gets through at turn 9. But hold the phone, folks, we're not done yet. The scramble starts now. It's all for themselves. Lambers now tries to look up the inside. Oh, and Lambers drifts wide. Verheyen gets through. And I thought Luca Van Leer might be a part of this. He clearly is now. Well, what can you say? Luca Van Leer now up into 3rd place. Ahead of Thomas Verheyen, who's now moved up to 4th. Lars Lambers, well, moves down into 6th place. That's made it 4 points between the 3 Belgian drivers battling over the ticket. I like it when this kind of stuff happens. It just really, really means that we get things decided at the last race of the season. And it's going to be very, very crucial how these drivers have to be. At this point, there are drivers that are going to be running in the B&L Karting Series next week. So mechanical sympathy, keeping your equipment 100 as best as you can, rubber-free on the side pods, scratch-free on the chassis, and no real broken components to speak of. However, AJ Berggraf, I think, has just had Boris Verhagen throw one up the inside. So we have a couple of penalties to hand out. Justin Fonk, 5-second time penalty for all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. And AJ Berggraf, 5-second penalty, push to pass. So that basically means, well, the Australian term would be bump and run or redress. So he's pushed his way past. But we are at 0 on the timer. 1 more lap to go. This could not be any closer, even if you thought about it. But 1 more lap remains in this junior pre-final. Thijs van Wijk leads, and it's a big margin, 2.5 seconds. Luca Van Leer's got to watch his back bumper because Thomas Verheyen is gunning for 3rd. If he takes 3rd, because Bran van der Weyken at the moment. Okay, let's look at it from this perspective. Boris Maximov is now down in... All this is getting really, really close, to be honest with you. It's going to be 4 points between 3 drivers. So at the moment, Bran van der Weyken is 2nd, 2.94. Lars Lambers now 6th. That's 2.95. Thomas Verheyen 4th. That's 2.91. But the man of the moment, who has had all bar the pre-final at Genk one so far, it's going to be another one. That is 6 out of 7 for Thijs van Wijk. What a dominant performance. And it was a rush to the line for 5th. Lars Lambers edged out by Luca Van Leer by 19 thousandths of a second. But Thijs van Wijk 1 win away from what will be, when you take the drop score into consideration, a perfect season. 380 points to the 246 from the Netherlands. Bran van der Weyken takes 2nd. Boris Maximov 3rd. Thomas Verheyen 4th. Luca Van Leer round out the top 5. Lars Lambers 6th. Nicolas Marchand, Jim Back, Boris Verhagen, AJ Berggraf, Lieke van Berkel, Lucas Stodder, Nuden Engelsman, Jake Benton, Nicholas Nys, Jort van Egelen, Tom Hager, and Justin Fonk complete the 18-strong grid with Van Wyk 1 win away from the title.
DD2 Masters driver number 544, I repeat 544, plus entrant report to the stewards immediately. That's driver DD2 Masters 544, plus entrant to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
So we head to our last pre-final of the 2024 Belgian Max Challenge. Here it is, the starting grid for Senior Rotax, the pre-final. Vic Stevens and Jaden Teen line up on the front row ahead of Boluet and Sebastian Koch. Row 3, Lawrence Herbos and Jort van Wyk. Miel Hendricks, Ruben Verheyen, Mika van der Pavet and Sverre Ubben round out the top 10. Kaz Dobben, Martin Geiskens, Giorgio Markenstein, Matthias Schantz, Ralf van der Pavet, Enes de Mercaya, Olivier Jonkers, Lex Quintens, Rein van der Meer and Dante Sima round out the top 20. Completing the 24-strong grid, Jack de Kock, Scott Westhovens, Kevin Navis, and I'm really, really pleased to see Lotus Tveen back on the grid. Had a talk with her earlier on. She said her foot was giving her a little bit of discomfort, but she is well. She wanted to find one of the medical team and just try and make sure it all got checked out. So her being in the car is a good sign. So after this, it's game on for the finals, folks. We are running a little bit behind schedule at the moment, but we've managed to get the Senior Max. Yeah, we're running about 10 minutes or so behind time, but obviously with the delays that we had earlier. However, after this, so it will be a very short interlude, I'm sure, before we get underway with the finals. And this is where the real meat and potatoes. It's like the real sort of like you're waiting for the dessert to come along, and then all of a sudden it hits at the same time. So Senior Rotax, the most competitive, most dynamic in terms of pure controlled aggression and racing speed. There's no gears to select. You are literally steering wheel, brake, and throttle. But it's all about precision. It's all about composure. It's all about motivation. And more importantly, in the words of Mark Blundell, the will to win. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out straight away. No hesitation from race director Martin Liner to set the field in motion. Into turn numbers 1 and 2 for the first time. And everyone neatly making it through thus far. Good call by all the seniors just to sort of measure it correctly. But Jaden Teen is currently down in P3 at the moment. Looks like Boluet managed to slipstream Vic Stevens into second position. Field makes its way through turn number 8. And again, look at the train. Look at the train. It's composed, but we have got two GKS carts next to each other. I think that was Martin Gaskins and Giorgio Markenstein. Oh, careful going through turn 10, ladies and gents. But the opening lap, that is very, very clean, what we've just seen. That's brilliant stuff. But Jaden Teen straight on the counter-offensive. Through he goes on Boluet. So that is a change for second position. So let's have a look at it this way, shall we, folks? Fifth place for Lawrence Herboz, 48 points. Vic Stevens currently leading, 55. Here we go again with these. I thought my spreadsheet had worked itself out. Obviously, it decided to go against me today. But it is going to be very, very close indeed. Gaps are going to be shrunk rather rapidly over the course of the next 8 minutes, 10 seconds plus an additional lap. But at the moment, it is still Vic Stevens leading the way. So Sven Ubben at the moment running 9th. That is 44 points. Ollie Yonkers, 13th. 40 points for him. Neil Hendricks currently running 6th, is on 47. There is a lot of action going on at the moment, so I am trying to keep my eyes on both, well, 3 screens at the minute. There's a lot to take in at the moment, folks, considering it is Championship Sunday. Ruben Verheyen at the moment is currently 7th, 46 points. So at the minute, it looks like we are going to have... Now, Ollie Yonkers, where is he at the moment? 13th at the minute, so that is 40 for him. Sverre Ubben is currently running 9th, and that is 44. So at the end of this, we are going to have I think 2 drivers could be in a chance with a ticket. But of course, we'll get to that business next time out. But at the moment, Jaden Teen, on the way things are standing, even if he finishes second, he will have a 9-point advantage over Vic Stevens going to the final race of the season. Stevens, however, is in the pound seat for the ticket. So with 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this last pre-final of the 2024 Rotax Belgian Max Challenge season here at the home of champions. Vic Stevens is fighting his lead, slightly truncated, bit by bit, by hundredths of a second, no doubt. Meantime, good move by Sebastian Koch, who's got past Kaz Tobben. That is 10th for the German driver, which puts him on 43 points. Okay, that keeps him still ahead of Ruben Verheyen in the championship standings. But there is, look at the train. Look at this train. This train, okay, the entire field all the way down to Rein van der Meer after 4 laps covered by 8.7 seconds. The field is stretching out a little bit now. Good work by Lotus Tween. She's up 6 spots, now 18th. Fastest lap of the race so far. Lawrence Herboz, 54.935. Closing in on Jort van Wyk, the 333. Jort has had a mixed season this year, if I'm completely honest. He made it to the first and the second rounds of the season. Decided not to participate in the 3rd round at Kerpen, but has come back. But I'm keeping a keen eye on what's happening at the front end of the field. And quite specifically, because of the fact I know that there's someone wanting to win a ticket. But when you want to win that ticket, you want to be the Belgian champion. You don't want someone stealing your thunder. So Vic Stevens, I know for a fact, if... I'm going to say it like this. Jaden Teen would have to finish 8th or lower in the final to not take the title, and for Vic Stevens to win. And considering the fact that Jaden Teen has had a successive run of 5 race wins. Oh, dive and a half there from Miel Hendricks. And that was on the 333 of Jort van Wyk. And Hendricks is through. That's 5th place now. So 0.3 of a second separate first and second place. Vic Stevens leading the way. Jaden Teen in second. Boluet in third. Lawrence Herboz. Miel Hendricks. Jort van Wyk. Sverre Ubben. It's getting a bit close between the 331 of Lotus Tveen and, oh, now that is Lotus Tveen past Germany's Enes Dimitrikaya, the driver from Voigt Motorsport. And good to see Mr. Voigt yesterday evening. Along, always accompanied by Fabian Bock, DD2 driver, now turned man on the tools. But the lead now that Vic Stevens has, well, Jaden Teen has, right, breakaway has happened. And now Sverre Ubben up the inside of Jort van Wyk. That is now 6th place. That is now 47 points. For the 344 from GKS. So, that means mathematically there are 4 drivers in with a chance of a ticket. However, the gap between... Okay, at the moment, with Lawrence Herboz currently in 4th place, that is 49 points. That puts him 27 behind Vic Stevens. So 1 minute and 30 to go, plus an additional lap. And Vic Stevens looking to break Jaden Teen's win streak, and it's on the road. So 1 minute and 10 to go. We've got some side-by-side action between. Well, that is the 389 on the outside. Lex Quinton's probably with Kevin Navis for close company. But things are starting to close up a little bit. Well, we have got Vic Stevens still leading. Second is going to be Jaden Teen. Third, Boluet. Fourth, Lawrence Herboz. Now 4th place for the number 398, running with Bouvin Power. Miel Hendricks, Sverre Ubben. Ubben's just put in the fastest lap of the race. Oh, nice move there. Who was that? Martin Gaiskens on, I think that might have been on Kaz Tobin. Yes, it is, because Ollie Yonkers is just ahead in the 316. So Ollie Yonkers now running 11th. That's 42 points for him. Might be an outside bet, but the timer is now about to expire. 3, 2, 1, 0. The clock strikes. Oh, and we've just had someone go off. Right, who was that? Might have been Kaz Tobin possibly, but final lap is underway. Vic Stevens leading Jaden Teen by nearly 4.5 of a second as we head on to the 12th and final lap. It was Kaz Tobin. That's a real shame. Kaz Tobin out, having moved up the order progressively, and that is going to be 23 runners and riders making it to the checkered. But the leaders making their way through turn 7 for the final time. Vic Stevens, despite the best efforts of Jaden Teen to keep his race winning streak alive. So Jaden Teen, that is his second place finish of the season. Everything else has been a win. But after 5 races in a row, the checkered is going to wave. And out of the final corner, Vic Stevens takes the win in the pre-final ahead of Jaden Teen. Boloet back to his best. 3rd place for the man off on the sidelines for 10 weeks. Lawrence Herboz, Miel Hendricks, Sverre Ubben, Jort van Wijk, Ruben Verheyen, Mika van der Pavert, and Ollie Yonkers ran at the top 10. And, well, we've seen Kevin Navis drop to the bottom end of the field. He didn't get past sector number 2, I'm afraid. So, Martin Geiskens, Ralph van der Pavert, Lotus Tveen from last to 13th. Well done to the young lady from Denmark. Ahead of Matthias Schantz, Enes Demonakaya rounds out the top 15. Giorgio Markenstein, Scott Westhovens, Lex Quinton, Sebastian Koch, Jack de Kock, Dante Sima, Rein van der Meer rounds out the last of the 22 drivers that finished all 12 laps. Kevin Navis out with 1 lap to go and Kaz Tobin out with 2 to go. So here it is, the grand finales, 4 in a row to decide 5 ticket winners and 6 champions. Let's take you through the grid for the mini and the mini rookie final. Vince van der Hallen starts on pole position. Vic van Kampenhout will be alongside on the front row. Victor Reitz and Jeff Verbeek, row 2. Jenthe Moonen and Cam Osler, row 3. Devrim Yater, Maria Roberto, row 4. Ryan Rampadarath and Leon Herbos round out the top 10. Matthias Verreken, Dejan Habits, Jesse Moonen, Tristan Abeels. Sasha Al-Jabral was due to start in 15th, might be a non-starter, and rounding out the grid, Jack Dupre and Noah Stayhouder. At the moment, if it finishes like it does right now, Vince van der Hallen will win the title by 11 points. However, Vic van Kampenhout needs to win this race, and for Vince van der Hallen to finish. So if Vic van Kampenhout takes the win, he needs Vince van der Hallen to finish 7th or lower. If Jesse Moonen finishes ahead of Tristan Abeels, it is done and dusted in mini rookie. 2 points separate them at this moment. 197 for Moonen, 195 for Tristan Abeels. 10 minutes plus an additional lap to decide our respective Minimax and Minimax rookie title winners. But there is still that air of unpredictability. I feel it in the air. I feel it around the local area that something might be putting a spanner in the works. But we've got to get on that journey. And we haven't done that quite yet. The driver's instructed to be at a consistent speed for the race start. I'm wondering if Sasha Al-Jabral might be starting from the dummy grid, possibly. But we are under starters orders for one last time in Belgian Max Challenge 2024. The mini and the mini rookie final gets underway right now. Even start between van der Hallen and Van Kampenhout on the run down to turn number 1 and 2. Oh, there's a little bit of a touch between the two on the front row. And that means that Victor Reitz has sprung around the outside of the turn 3 to take the race lead. Wow! Victor Reitz, like shot out of a cannon, and there you go. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? Van Kampenhout currently sitting in 4th position. That's 49 points. Van der Hallen at the moment is currently in 2nd. It still would be an 11-point margin. But Van Kampenhout is right on the rear bumper. He's up to 3rd. And now it becomes 269 versus 259. Van Kampenhout has got to go for it. But in the meantime, Van der Hallen does. And he takes the race lead once again. So Vic van Kampenhout has got to fight back. But he's got to go full attack. They do sometimes say that the best defense is a great offense. And that is what Vic van Kampenhout has got to do right now. And he's going to look to the inside at turn 6 on Victor Reitz. But not enough room to facilitate the maneuver up to P2. The field comes out of turn number 8. And Van der Hallen is leading. Van Kampenhout now needs to pull the trigger. Reitz looking over the right shoulder. Van Kampenhout swings to the left on the approach into turn number 10. Here on lap number 2. And again, Van Kampenhout swings to the outside through turn 12. Nearly opened the door for Jenthe Moonen to dive up the inside. But look at the crossover. That's a great move. Vic van Kampenhout is going to fight right up until the last second of this race. And he's going to dive up the inside. Contact between him and Victor Reitz. Victor Reitz tried to turn the kart in. Right front contacted with the left rear. But Van Kampenhout held it together. Reitz now diving up the inside. of Cam Osler, who moved up to third place. Jenthe now making it a 3-kart race. Make that a 4-kart race because Devrim Yater is right with them. And I know for a fact that the fathers and mothers of both Vince and Vic are on their tippy toes, biting their fingernails to the quick. It really is coming down to this particular moment in the season, right down to the last race of the year. 7.5, well, just over 7.5 tenths is the race lead at the moment. Jesse Moonen is still ahead of Tristan Abeels. But it's about what happens now. The thing is, Van der Hullen has been an absolute freight train this season. Sometimes hasn't had the best run of luck, but it's come good at the point where it's been most needed. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remain, plus an additional lap. At the moment, as we're about to complete lap number 4, Vince van der Hullen is pulling away. Gap was 7.7 tenths after lap 3. After lap 4, it's nearly a second. And look at the scramble behind Jenthe Moonen. Cam Osler is there. Devrim Yater is there. Jeffert Bake is there. It really has become a 2-horse race now for this championship fight, and it's the 2 leading the way. As Moonen nearly has Osler up the inside, going through turn well, it's not Osler. Who is it? Jeffert Bake. Jeffert Bake has been really chomping at the bit to try and get through. You got the 169 there. That's Cam Osler, Devrim Yater, Jeffert Bake, only just fractionally ahead of Maria Roberto. So Jeffert Bake currently running P7. That's 46 points. Victor Reitz at the moment, 50 points, currently in P3. Leon Herbos down in 10th, 43 points. And with Vince van der Hullen putting in qualifying style laps as the battle for 6th place continues onwards in earnest. Verbeek ahead of Osler with Roberto waiting to pick up the pieces. Oh, Roberto's off. Maria Roberto goes over the back bumper inadvertently. Was trying to avoid Cam Osler. And the 152 from the United Kingdom ends up dropping down the order. Real shame for her. Doing really, really well at that point. And, well, Cam Osler not out of the woods yet. But with 4.25 minutes to go. 1.2 seconds is the gap between first and second position. Vic van Kampenhout has tried to put everything on the line today here on Championship Sunday. He's got to be very, very careful, though, because at the end of it, he does not want to lose second position. He's trying to get his head down. Right, black and white warning flag. I think that was for 1, 2... Oh, right, 126. Jeffert Bake has just got a black and white warning flag, possibly for driving standards. So that may be... That might possibly be for blocking. I haven't seen anything confirmed on the timing screen, but that is from what I might understand it to be. And there is the number 10 of Jesse Moonen, who is now clear of Tristan Abeels by 1.1 seconds. So Jesse Moonen now 11th. That is now 42 points. Tristan Abeels now up to 13th. That is 40. So it is really coming down to the final few moments of this race. And I think that one race has very much been decided. And oh, that's not what you needed. Vic van Kampenhout has just seen his opportunity for a title go by the wayside by inadvertent contact. As now up to second goes Jenthimunen. Victor Reutz and Vic van Kampenhout managed to get back through. That was on Devrim Yater. So Victor Reutz now up into what'll be third place. Vic van Kampenhout will be running in fourth, but he's going to try and see if he can get through. But with 2 minutes to go, it is one as, oh right, mechanical black flag. 169, Can Osler, that's possibly for bumper damage. And that means the Turkish driver will have to park that within the next 3 laps. Vic van Kampenhout in the meantime has got past Victor Reutz and now moves up into third place. Coming up to the last minute and 20 plus an additional lap. That's about 2.5 minutes of race time. And Vince van der Hollen just striding away, leading now by the biggest margin, I think, over the last couple of weekends. 2.3 seconds and climbing. Lap 9 completed. Lead now is nearly 2.5 seconds, but Vic van Kampenhout is going to salvage some pride here. 59.694 by the 124. New fastest lap of the race as we head into double digits for the last time. In the meantime, well, Ryan Rampadarath closing in on Jeff Verbeek. That is actually for position. That is for 6th on the road. But time fast runs out. It waits for nobody. We're into the final 10 seconds of the race itself. Going to be very, very close on time. Out of the final corner, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap of the season for mini and mini rookie. Vince van der Hollen has now just about 1,250 metres to negotiate to make his own piece of racing history. It all started at round 2 at the Eflanting in Karting in the second weekend of August. He's had to wait around about 5 or 6 weeks for the dream to be realised. And through turn 7 comes the number 130, running with the team operated and owned by Birger Bouvin. It has been a second half of the season to not forget. He won't start celebrating until he knows he sees that checkered flag. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're on our way to crown our first 2 champions, the first of which comes out of the final corner. Not only is he the Belgian Max Challenge champion, he's heading to Sarno. Vince van der Hollen, victorious here in Belgium. And he wins by 2.5 seconds ahead of Jenthimunen. And I have to say, fighting to the bitter end, Vic van Kampenhout rounds out the top 3 and with that takes second in the championship. And Jenthimunen, by finishing second by my provisional calculations, rounds out the overall top 3 in the championship standings. Victor Reutz in 4th place. 5th, Devrim Yater, Jeff Verbeek, Leon Herboz, Ryan Rampadarath, and, well, it looks like there's another Belgian that's going to Sarno. Jenthimunen provisionally is your 2024 Rotax Belgian Max Challenge Mini Max Rookie winner, thereby booking the place in micros for the Red Devils. Rounding out the order, Matthias Verreken, Dejan Habits, Maria Roberto, Tristan Abiels, Noah Stehauder, Jack Depré. Rounding out the finishers, Can Osler out with a mechanical black flag on lap 8 and Sasha Al-Jabrail, a non-starter. So we have provisionally crowned 2 champions and given, effectively those 2 drivers will have provisionally picked up the tickets for Sarno. We have a 3rd BMC champion to crown. So without further ado, let's take you through the starting grid for the final for Junior Rotax on the season finale for 2024. Thijs van Wijk at the moment has a considerable 41-point advantage going into the last race of the season. And he'll have Bran van der Weken, the driver, in pole position for the RACB allocated ticket for the grand finals alongside on the front row. Boris Maximov rounds out the top 3 positions. And we'll have alongside him on that front row, the second row, will be Thomas Verheyen. Then after that, Luca van Leer will start next up on 5th. Alongside will be Lars Lambers, who in 6th position is currently 4 points away from the person that is leading the proceedings in the ticket hunt. Nicolas Machon and Jim Back. Good results for them after the pre-final. They start on row 4. Boris Verhagen, AJ Berggraaf round out the top 10. Lieke van Berkel, Lucas Dorder, Noord den Engelsman, Jake Menton, Nicholas Nys, Tom Heger, Justin Fonk and Jot van Ekelen. That is your completed grid. So, Thijs van Wijk has a 37-point advantage coming into this final round of the championship. And for the top 3 in the podium, it's looking very, very close. Between Boris Maximov, Thomas Verheyen, Lars Lambers, and Bran van der Weken, it is a coverage of just 8 points. So, can Van Wijk tie up effectively after 1 drop score the perfect season? Something someone else did last year in the BNL Karting Series. That person was a certain Jacob Ashcroft, who will be back here next week for the BNL Karting Series finale. However, 12 minutes on the timer, red lights on the gantry, and I can feel the atmosphere down on the grandstand overlooking turn number 10. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Are we going lights out? Yes, we are. And it is going to be the run down to turn number 1. Van Wijk leads the way. Van der Weken hung out a little bit to dry. But Verheyen trying to go round. Oh, Verheyen trying to go round the outside. Nearly stumbled trying to do so going through out of turn number 4 and nearly made a complete hash of it. But managed to hold it back. And, oh, well, we've got 1 spin up. That is the 219 from Dams Racing, Nicholas Nys. However, there is still a fight at the front end of the field. And this is going to be an intriguing one. At the moment, leading the way is Thijs van Wijk. And as they come out of turn number 11, it is Lars Lambers up to P2. Well, there you go. Third, it is going to be Thomas Verheyen. Bran van der Weken, oh, has tumbled down to 6th as the number 296. Started on P2, and the advantage still being held by the number 242 of Lars Lambers, but Thomas Verheyen needs to do some quick work and get through, and he dived up the inside. Did he get through? I don't think he did. No, he didn't. Verheyen tried and had the inside line, but the overspeed round the outside, finding the grip. Lambers held on to that 2nd place. Boris Maximov currently sitting in 4th position. We'll go down to count back at the way things stand. If they finish as they are, Maximov and Lambers, get this, are tied on 347 points apiece. But up the inside, oh, great move. Threading the eye of the needle, Thomas Verheyen with a dynamite move up the inside. Through on Lars Lambers. Oh, that really, really changes everything. Oh, and Bran van der Weyken clashes sidewalls with Lars Lambers. Oh, it's all going horribly wrong for Lars Lambers at the moment. So Bran van der Weyken at the moment now moves up to 4th. So Lambers, I think, might have ended up 5th in that exchange. Oh, dear. Oh, my. If he's 5th, I'm really going to rattle everyone's mind, including mine, and he is 5th. So, Van Wijk leads, Verheyen 2nd. Maximov now up into 3rd. Van der Weyken 4th. Okay. Okay, so listen to this. In just a second, as Lieke van Berkel and AJ Bergedorf manage to get through on Nicolas Machon, who dives back up the inside of the 285. There's the 233 just behind Boris Verhagen, who's making some steady progress up the field. But in the meantime, as things stand, okay, get this. It's tied for 3rd place in the championship. And it'll have to go to count back. Oh my goodness, how the floodgates have opened. And Van der Weyken has gotten through. Van der Weyken has gotten through, so has Maximov. Oh, it's changing as it happens every single lap. You know what? I cannot believe I'm going to say this. Okay, Bran van der Weyken up to P3. Lambers 4th. And now, oh God, what's this going to do? Thomas Verheyen now P5. Okay, now I've got a little bit of composure underneath my... oh, and Jake Menton off at turn 6. Slightest touch with him and another driver. And that has meant the 231 has gone off track whilst running as in 6th place. So that's a real shame. Oh, right, okay. Lars Lambers now is in 4th place. So let's look at it this way. Bran van der Weyken currently 3rd and Lars Lambers 4th are tied on 344 points apiece. Now, if it goes to count back, Bran van der Weyken, on having taken 3 second place finishes, would get the benefit of the doubt for the ticket and would be 3rd in the championship standings. But it's got to be, Thomas Verheyen is 5 points away. 5 points. So effectively, Verheyen, if he gets up to 2nd, that's not going to cut it. That's only 4 points. That's only 4 points. He's got to win it. But the way with Van Wijk at the moment, he's running away. Van Wijk is clear. He's 3.2 seconds up the road, and we're not even halfway. Now it's about the fight back. And now it's all changed again. Bran van der Weyken has just got up into 2nd place. Lambers now 3rd. Maximov now down to 5th. And Verheyen 4th. So Bran van der Weyken at the moment is on 300 and... Oh, 3... I cannot believe this. If Bran van der Weyken finishes 2nd right now, he'll be level on points with Boris Maximov. And what's more, he'll take 2nd in the standings on account of 4 concurrent successive 2nd place finishes. But with how competitive it has been, it's not that easy. And if Lars Lambers overtakes Bran van der Weyken, it's 1 point in it. Well, actually, no, yeah, it will change. It'll actually go 347 to 344. So what Bran van der Weyken has to do for the next 6 minutes, as unfortunately on lap 5, we have lost Lieke van Berkel in the meantime. Unfortunately, the 285 from the Netherlands didn't make it past. So we have, now penalties coming in. 201, Justin Fonck, 3-second time penalty for leaving the corridor with 1 or 2 wheels. 219, Nicholas Nyes, also the same penalty given. And what's more, Nude Engelsman, who's got the fastest lap of the race in the pocket, has the same penalty. So, this is where it all counts. We have 3 Belgian drivers. Now, the thing is, the title, at the way things stand, it was going to be a case that if Van Wijk won it, that was it, job done. That looks to be the case. However, a little bit further back, Lucas Dorder battling away with Jim Back, who's just got through. And I think, one's gone shortcutting off of turn 8. Oh dear, that's not what you want. Start mowing the lawn with your front bumper. So with 3.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap on the timer, we are still waiting with anticipation, with bated breath. It always seems to come down to the wire. The title is pretty much de facto in the hands of Thijs van Wijk. He's 3.7 seconds up the road, but look at the quintet from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. You have got Bran van der Weyken, Lars Lambers, Thomas Verheyen, Boaz Maximov, Luca van Leer. They were covered by 7 tenths. And now Van der Weyken starts pulling away. This is an ominous sign. Drivers are going to be pushing right up until the checkered flag. You are going to throw everything, mentally, physically. Every single atom in your being is going to be literally exhausted, depleted of energy when you come across the line and you see that checkered flag. But Bran van der Weyken has now got daylight at the end of the tunnel, and Maximov has got through. And has now made it up to 2nd. Made it up to 3rd. So Lars Lambers and Thomas Verheyen. Well, Verheyen is 7 points behind Van der Weyken. Lambers is only 2 points behind Van der Weyken, but needs to get third, needs to get not third, but 2nd, possibly to get that ticket. I'm going to do the maths on the fly. Thank goodness for spreadsheets. That's all I'm going to say. Luca van Leer out. And who's that off? Lars Lambers! Lars Lambers is the other car's involved. And the back axle is bent. It's over. It's over for Lars Lambers. He's pulled it into pit lane. I said something was going to cause a problem, and that is exactly what has just happened. And, well, I'm glad to see that Luca van Leer able to drive that car away. But what a blow. Lars Lambers. Your heart goes out to these young drivers. It really, really does. And that will give Lars Lambers 37 points. That's a real shame for him. Thomas Verheyen gets promoted to 4th. Bran van der Weyken is in the pound seat for the ticket for the grand finals and 3rd in the championship standings overall. We are down to the final 20 seconds. Even if Boaz Maximov overtakes Bran van der Weyken, it's going to be enough for the 296. The Bouvin power driver. A real shame for Lars Lambers. A real difficult, bitter pill for the 2:42 to swallow at this point. Thomas Verheijen's putting everything into it, has just put in the fastest lap of the race, but we have one more tour, 1.36 kilometers still to go. Thijs van Wijk is definitely on course for pretty much the perfect season. One more lap remains, and Van Wijk's lead over Bran van der Weken, who is one lap away from securing his place at Sarno in 4 weeks, 3.7 seconds. And even if Thomas Verheijen manages to get up to second by the end of this race, which I very much doubt is going to happen, Van der Weken would take it on countback. And there is the very battered kart of Luca van Leer, but there is your race leader. 2 corners to go. A third place at the opening round of the season at Karting Genk at round 1 did not stop what would be the perfect season. Out of the final corner, Thijs van Wijk takes the BMC title for 2024, but Bran van der Weken takes second, and provisionally, not only is third in the championship standings behind Boris Maximov, who finishes behind him, but I think provisionally, Bran van der Weken is heading to southern Italy in 4 weeks to represent the Red Devils at the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Oh, we had everything in this race. Close racing, drama, anticipation, and then it all went horribly wrong for one driver. You have to give commiserations to Lars Lambers, who retired on lap 10 with a bent back axle. But Thijs van Wijk wins by a country mile and picks up the 2024 Belgian Max Challenge Championship title, ahead of Bran van der Weken, Boris Maximov, Thomas Verheijen, Jim Back, Boris Verhaag, Nicolas Marchand, Lucas Dorder, Knud den Engelsman, and Tom Reger rounding out the top 10. Justin Fonk, Jort van Enkelen, Jake Menton, Nicholas Nys, and I think Luca van Leer is going to finish a lap down. Lars Lambers retiring after contact with Luca van Leer coming out of turn number 11. Retires with a bent back axle. AJ Bergerauf out on lap 8. And on lap 5, we lost Lieke van Berkel. Well, after a flyover by the local Air Force, we have 2 more finals to go. We've got 2 champions to crown in this one. 1 ticket to give away, and it is the DD2 and DD2 Masters FInal. Frederick Zebis leads the way from pole position, and alongside him will be the man 1 step away from again taking another Belgian Max Challenge title, Nicolas Guillaume. Yori Klebo will be behind him on the inside of row number 2. Joining him will be Germany's Dmitry Ostrovsky, who was a whirlwind in the pre-final. Kian de Brandt and William Norbeek round out the top 3 rows. Luca Neuenhausen and Axel Hoos round out the top 4 rows. Yannick Nielsen and Niels Berler round out the top 10. Completing the 14-strong grid will be Marit Fassot. Then we've got Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Wim Hulot, and Karl Klebo. Now, let's look at it from this perspective, okay? So, DD2 Masters. I was having a little chortle to myself. I was trying to work all these out whilst I was waiting for the official results to come through. So we will have 12 minutes plus an additional lap in this one. Frederick Zebis has been absolutely on dominant form, but it has been the case. Well, Karl Klebo is the only driver who, if he finishes this race, Klebo will have the ticket. I'm not too sure about the championship title, because Niels Berler has definitely, well, Niels Berler and Wim Hulot will be battling it out for that. However, there's a few drivers missing from the grid, so we could have a new name to add to the DD2 Masters Roll of Honour for 2024. But we've also got to decide our DD2 champion as well, as the drivers make their way out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise, and the final's underway. Let's go racing one more time, folks. And the SB Motorsport duo trying to go Linus side by side, and a good sweep around the outside to hold on. Oh yeah, sorry, my apologies. Thank you, David. There's no ticket for the BMC. It's all about championship on this one. So no ticket. It used to be in years past, but not anymore. That will be at the B&L Karting Series finale. So we'll only have 1 ticket to give away, but we've got 2 champions to crown in this one. It's been a long season, that's all I'm going to say. That's my excuse, my apologies there. But still dependent. The DD2 Masters title will be decided here. And I'm looking at who it is between. And at the moment, well, put it this way, Dmitry Ostrovsky, even with the 4th place finish again, that won't be enough to get onto the top 3. So the drivers competing for the title in this one will be Niels Berler, Wim Hulot, and Karl Klebo at the moment, because Dmitry Ostrovsky didn't factor in the top 32. Yannick Nielsen, let's see where he is. Not in the top 32. Karl Klebo, yeah, so we'll see how things go. Karl Klebo, in the meantime, as I say that, has just jumped up into 9th. And the thing is, Nicolas Guillaume is doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment. Kian de Brandt, currently P6, that's 47 points. Oh, that puts him, right, okay, that is 56 points behind Guillaume at the moment. Axel Hoos at the minute is currently running P4. And that's going to secure him 4th in the championship. Oh, sorry, 3rd in the championship standings. Luca Neuenhausen, currently P12, 41 points. That'll put him on 301 for the season. So where is everybody else in terms of DD2 Masters? Wim Rouleau at the minute is running 13th. That is 40 points. Niels Berler, where is... Oh, a little bit of a drop there for Luca Neuenhausen. That's not going to help him at all. That's put him down onto 11th place, 42 points. Let's have a look. So, Niels Berler currently running 8th. That is 45. Oh, now this gets very, very interesting because it is the best 7 out of 8 scores. Wim Rouleau, drop scores at Kerpen. Niels Berler, drop scores at Kerpen. Carl Klibor, you're hearing a repeating pattern here. Drop scores at Kerpen. Now up the inside of Dmitry Ostrovsky goes the number 507 of Yannick Nielsen. But there is an absolutely wicked fight going on in front of... That's Karl Klebor going through. That's Dmitry Ostrovsky. Kian de Brandt was not too far behind. So, oh, Karl Klebor might have an opportunity here. He's currently 9th at the moment. That's 44 points for him. There's the race leader, Frederick Zebis. And he's leading by a considerable margin. Nicolas Guillaume doing exactly what he needs to do. He just needs to finish comfortable. Well, even if he finishes stone dead last, okay, let's put it into perspective. If Yori Klebo finishes 2nd, and then Nicolas Guillaume finishes 14th, 39 points, that will still put him 23 ahead by the end of the championship season. So, Guillaume's drop score now becomes his 3rd place in the pre-final at the opening round at Karting Genk. Now, Frederick Zebis is running away with this. Guillaume knows that he doesn't need to win the title. He doesn't need to win this race to secure the title and secure the opportunity to get the ticket. Now, however, there is a classification of the championship. So, if you win a national championship, but you compete elsewhere, say a national, I'm sure this will be confirmed in due course, but of course the BNL karting series is a national competition, but it has international representation. So the tickets are open to anybody from any nation that comes in and fights for it. So if Guillaume is fighting for the BNL karting series title next week and he gets that ticket, I think it does usurp the ticket that he would win here. But obviously that'll be confirmed in due course. Guillaume at the moment still leading Klibor. Well, he's got a gap ahead of him of about 0.3 of a second. Oh, nice little move. That was Luca Neuenhausen on Wim Rouleau. And that was for position. So Marit Fassot currently in... Oh, and Kian de Brandt. Kian de Brandt has hit major trouble and is now 13th. Oh dear. It's not how you're going to want your season to end. Wim Rouleau currently running 12th. That's 41 points. Luca Neuenhausen, 42 points for 11th. So who's 10th at the moment? Niels Berler, that is 43 points, so doing pretty well there. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, okay, that'll be 44 points for him. Karl Klibor, 8th place now, 45. So that will pretty much secure him, I think, 3rd in the Masters classification, unless, no. That wouldn't. That would actually be Christoph Adams. Christoph Adams 187. But Karl Klebor is closing in on those in front. So he has got an opportunity to close that gap down to Christoph Adams, but that's 23 points, and that is a hurdle too big to climb, if I'm honest with you. But Karl's doing exactly what he needs to try and see if he can get the win of the weekend for DD2 Masters. So Karl Klebor running 8th. Yeah, Dmitry Ostrovsky running 7th. Okay, Axel Hoos now we concentrate on, running P5, 48 points. So William Nordbeek, Yuri Klebor, okay, Nicolas Guillaume. Okay, right. Now I've got some semblance of order here. I know seniors is going to completely discombobulate my brain a little bit later on, once we get to the end of that race. So coming up to the final 3 minutes and 20 seconds, Karl Klebor now starting to put the frighteners on the two in front and has an opportunity to get past the pairing of both Dmitry Ostrovsky and Yannick Nielsen. This is for the class win. And more to the point, this will give Karl 47 points. And that'll put him on 166. Still won't be enough to put him P3 in the championship standings. So 2 minutes and 40 to go. Frederick Zebis leads the way by 2.8 seconds. Nicolas Guillaume in P2. There is the battle between Luca Neuenhausen and Kian de Brandt. Neuenhausen trying to get through at turn number 3. And the 458 said, no, you don't. Sorry. Not going to let that happen. So Yuri Klebor has just got through on Nicolas Guillaume. However, that's not going to make the difference that he needs. That's 3.74 for Guillaume, 3.51 for Klebor. So that would effectively mean that Yuri would still not be able to pick up the championship title. And more importantly, that ticket for Sarno. But William Nordbeek is not going to make, William Nordbeek at this moment in time is closing in on the pair in front. Will this make any difference for him? More than likely not the case for, well, Guillaume's not going to worry about it because he knows whatever happens, he's got to finish the race. That is the most important thing that he has got to do today, is just to get the cart across the line in one piece, go through scrutineering, go through the weighbridge, and then thereby be the top dog. And it'll be a welcome way to celebrate his 18th birthday as of yesterday, because I'm sure the beers will be on him. And if so, I might partake. Right. However, 21 seconds to go. God, it sounds like So Solid Crew all over again now I've said that. Oh, my God. I always said to myself, never make a reference to some sort of London garage underground group, and I just inadvertently have, and I've just mentioned them. Whoops. But we are coming down to the final 2 laps of this championship season for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And Frederick Zebis has very much said to SP Motorsport, don't worry, I've got you covered. I'm your man. I'm going to make sure I make a dynamite impression. And surely the Dane has done so. Very young Danish talent. Nevertheless, A whole host of talent have come from that particular nation. A man who raced in DTM for many years, and so does his son now, Kurt and Nicky team. And of course, the man that won the Le Mans 24 Hours 9 times, Tom Christensen. You've also got the father and son duo, Jan and Kevin Magnussen. One more lap remains. It's one more lap before a double victory, and there's one more lap to go before a title is two titles are decided. Carl Klebor now up to 7th place. It's not going to be enough to put him on the championship podium, but it's going to be more than likely enough to secure him 2nd in the weekend results. But Frederick Zebis comes out of turn 8 for the final time through 9. It's going to be delight in 2 ways here for SP Motorsport, because their new hotshot, the young man from Denmark, has done the double here in the final round of the Belgian Max Challenge. Out of the final corner, it's going to be Frederick Zebis who takes the win, the double victory. He celebrates. Klebor's going to come out of the final corner, but Guillaume wraps up the title provisionally with a 3rd place finish and books his place to Sarno in 4 weeks' time. Guillaume, he's done it again. I make it that with Nicolas Guillaume finishing P3, that is 374 points, plays Jordi Klebor 3-5-1. Jordi, a gallant runner-up, always smiling. Not a talkative man, but he lets his talking happen out on track. There are your provisional results of the DD2 and the DD2 Master Final. Frederick Zebis takes the win by 3.5 seconds ahead of runner-up this season, Jordi Klebor. Nicolas Guillaume provisionally your 2024 Rotax Belgian Max Challenge champion and books his place on the Red Devils for 2024. William Nordbeck, Yannick Nielsen, Axel Hoos, Karl Klebor and Dmitry Ostrovsky ran at the top 8. Yannick Nielsen takes the win in DD2 Masters, but I think with 43 points to his credit. Well, it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we have a champion provisionally, and that is going to be going to the man that finished in 13th place. I think by my calculations, Wim Rouleau picks up the Masters title. Well, last but by certainly no means least, here is your final starting order for the Senior Rotax Final for 2024, concluding the Belgian Max Challenge here at Karting Genk. Vic Stevens and Jaden Teen line up on the front row of the grid. Boluet and Lawrence Herbo's row 2. Sverre Ubben and Jort van Wijk row 3. Ruben Verheyen, Miel Hendricks, Olivier Jonkers, Martin Geiskens round out the top 10. Ralph van der Pavert, Lotus Tveen, Matthias Schantz, Enes Demirkaya, Giorgio Markenstein, Mika van der Pavert, Sebastian Koch, Jack de Kock. Then we've got Dante Sima, Scott Westhovens, Lex Quintens, Rein van der Meer, Kevin Navis, and Kaz Tobben rounding out the starting order. So, looking back at the previous race, well, it was deemed that Mika van der Pavert was given a 10-second time penalty for a steward's decision. Well, which went to the stewards, causing a collision, putting the 386 down to 16th at this race. And then we also had 5 drivers, including Kevin Navis, Rein van der Meer, Lex Quintens, Scott Westhovens, and Miel Hendricks, all picking up a post-race penalty of 5 seconds for the front bumper being out of position. So at the moment, with the way things are as they start in this final, Jaden Teen is effectively 6 points behind Vic Stevens, which means Vic Stevens needs to win the race and Jaden Teen to finish 5th or lower. But it might not be the case because 5th will put it down to drop scores. Lights are out. We're underway. Let's get racing one more time here in seniors as the field makes its way down into turn numbers 1 and 2 for the last time. As Jaden Teen has to use the runoff area to avoid potential contact. Just behind him is Gott, I think one of the Downs Racing drivers. We've had one off. That's on Marshall post 1. We've got 2 off at Marshall, off of Marshall post 1. One of which, Kaz Tobben, who's got going again. But who is the second driver? Lex Quintens, 389. Started 21st. So at the moment, it is Vic Stevens that leads the way. Jaden Teen in second, Boluet third, Sverre Ubben now up to 4th. That's 49 points for the 3-4-4. Lawrence Herbos drops down to 6. Ollie Jonkers, now I'm looking at title and ticket all at the same time. 9th place for Ollie Jonkers gives him 44 points. So at the minute, well, Vic Stevens has a comfortable lead at the moment. So we are whittling down the minutes as they happen and coming up to the first 2 minutes completed. 2 laps in the books. And at the minute, it is currently Vic Stevens leading the way ahead of Jaden Teen. Boluet, new fastest lap by Lawrence Herbos. And the way things stand at the moment, Jaden Teen, if he hangs on to where he is now, he'll use one of the second place finishes as a drop score. He will finish 6 points ahead and become the champion. Vic Stevens, however, is in the pound seat. And what I mean by that is he is the one that is close to securing a ticket to Sarno. So 1 championship and 1 ticket to decide. 9 minutes and 20 to go, plus an additional lap. Good to see Franco van der Kruijs saying, go Jaden Teen. And Jaden will want to finish this off with a win. And there he goes, up the inside. Jaden Teen has made the move on lap number 4 at turn 2 to take the lead off of Vic Stevens. Well, how's about that for a little bit of a show? Nice work there, Jaden. Always impressed by this young man. Cool and calm as a cucumber when he takes the race helmet off, but also steely determination behind that race visor. So the field makes its way through turn number 11 once again. Jaden Teen continues to lead the way on the number 359 here at the home of champions. But it's, look at the train starting to flow. Sverre Ubben now up to P3. 50 points for him. Oh, well. At the moment, Lawrence Herbo's currently sitting 5th on the road. That is 48 points. Herbo's close to securing 3rd in the championship standings. Jaden Teen looks to his left-hand side. Steve, oh no! Who's got off and smacked the steel barriers? That was the 348 of Ruben Verheyen. Vic Stevens all of a sudden got swamped. So Stevens retook the lead off of Jaden Teen coming out. And who is that? Do not tell me. That is not Vic Stevens. Is that Vic Stevens off the circuit and out? I think that very well might. I'm not sure. Hang on a second. Let's find out. Oh, it is. Vic Stevens has just retired from the race. He got caught up in the crossfire. Verheyen smacked the steel wall on the outside of turn number 8. Thank God for the reinforced rear bumper. So Vic Stevens on the last race of the season. Where is this going to put him? Bolowet has also got caught out as a result of that carambolage. Oh my goodness, we've had more twists and turns than I don't know what in this race. So, the main point is, Jaden Teen is leading. Sverre Ubben now up to 2nd. So this is going to change the... So 21st position, that is 32 points. Well, that is still more than likely going to put, well, yeah, Vic Stevens, Bolowet and Ruben Verheyen out on the spot off of turn 8. I only saw the drama that started happening at turn 7, and then all of a sudden I saw Ruben Verheyen 90 degrees pointing to the right on the inside of the apex at turn 8. And there you see, yeah, carts are stricken. That's a real shame. So Vic Stevens will end up finishing runner-up. But Lawrence Herbo's now is running. I mean, even with Lawrence Herbo's drop score, it's not going to be enough. Vic Stevens will wrap up 2nd in the championship. What about Ollie Yonkers? Ollie Yonkers now 9th, 44 points still. Sverre Ubben, that is not going to put him in reach of the podium. So Lawrence Herbo's has got 2 other drivers in front of him. I mean, if he can pick up another 5 points, great. But it's only going to put him 20 behind Vic Stevens. And even with that race being ended at so abruptly, when it's the final race of a championship season, it's very, very difficult. Oh, right. I just spotted Martin Gaisken's right side of the rear bumper. Now, is that scraping on the ground? It is angled in. It's angled wrong. It is loose. Martin Gate. Yeah, that is Martin Gaskins' right side of the rear bumper is scraping on the ground. It is loose from the bodywork. It's loose from the chassis. So I'm wondering if that has happened as a result of what dramas might have just transpired. Not 100% sure, or it could have been something else completely different. And, well, there you go. Race director Martin Liner and the marshals have picked it up. Martin Gaskins is going to have to park that thing. That's a real shame for the 321. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, the bolts on the right-hand side are gone. They are broken. And, well, Mika van der Pavet's going to pick up the pieces. And now Gaskins will realise... okay. That's my race done, isn't it? That's a real shame to end the season on that particular way. But it is what it is. You can't say any more than that. But Jaden Teen is actually having a nice little fight at the front because he's got Sverre Ubben behind him. Then Lawrence Herbos, who is now in third. Miel Hendricks, good work there. Now up to fourth in the meantime. So we're heading into the final 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And there is Martin Gaskins. He's going to have to park that now because you've got 3 laps before you get black flagged. And there you go. In goes the 321. Oh, and just wallops one of the speed bumps going in, and it just literally yanks the rear bumper away from the chassis. Oh, but there has been a change. Jaden Teen not leading anymore, but he knows at the minute, with the way things stand, he does not need to win this race, but he will want to. Believe you me, I've known that man for the first time I knew about him was back in 2019, and I've seen this young man develop into an absolutely wonderful driver. Great character off track, family's fantastic. And he's very, very deserving of all the accolades he's got so far. Bearing in mind, he hasn't had the best luck in all the championships he's competed in. But when he's needed to be there at the right place, right time, he has made it count. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. So at the moment, it's actually Sverre Ubben that leads. Oh, so now down to 19 runners and riders. Jaden Teen makes his way back up into second place. Puts him on 379 points provisionally. Sverre Ubben, person who's had a lot of allegiance with GKS over the years, continues to do so. And will want to win for the home team on their home turf, no less. Of course, GKS Lemons Power. We also have the Genk Kart Shop, which is the main distributor for the locality reference Rotax engines. Miel Hendricks gets passed by Lawrence Herbos. So Herbos back up into P3. As Jaden Teen dives up the inside. Oh, that's what I love to see from Jaden Teen. Just full on. Lick the stamp and send it, and he went through at turn 6 on Sverre Ubben like he was standing still. Fantastic stuff. But the timer is fast running out. We are on lap number 13, 10 seconds to go. I think we might be on our final lap momentarily. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last lap of the race and last lap of the season for the Rotax Belgian Max Challenge. Jaden Teen 1 lap away from securing 1 title and also putting himself in good motivational stead for next week's B&L Karting Series finale, which will be taking place here next week on Saturday and Sunday. It will be live streamed as well. as Sverre Ubben trying to hold on for second ahead of Lawrence Herboz with Miel Hendricks in fourth, not too far behind. Meantime, handful of corners remain. Jaden Teen started his winning spree back at this circuit earlier on this year, and what's more, he's going to come out of the final corner, and Jaden Teen takes the win, and with it, the Belgian Max Challenge title for 2024. Now he celebrates, now it sinks in. Sverre Ubben takes second ahead of Lawrence Herboz, with Miel Hendricks so close, but so far away from the podium in the final. Hendricks picks up the fastest lap of the race in the process. Jort van Wijk finishes fifth ahead of Sebastian Koch, who made up 11 places from 17th on the grid to finish sixth, ahead of Ollie Jonkers, Lotus Tween, Enes Dimerkaya, and Ralph van der Pavert ran out the top 10. Ralph's younger brother Mika takes 11th ahead of Giorgio Markenstein, Matthias Schantz, Scott Westhovens, Kevin Navis, Dante Sima, Jack de Kock, Rein van der Meer, and Kaz Tobin rounding out the 19 finishers after 14 laps, with Gaiskens out with the loose rear bumper on lap 9. Vic Stevens, Boluet, and Ruben Verheyen out on lap 4 off of turn 7. And Lex Quinton's out very early indeed. But Jaden Teen provisionally becomes your 2024 Belgian Max Challenge Senior Max Champion. Well, as they say, that's it. The racing is done and dusted. What a season it's been for the Belgian Max Challenge for 2024. And what a fitting way, what a fitting place to have it conclude at. We have some thank yous to say. A big thank you to the marshalling crew here at Karting Genk, the circuit itself, once again for organising and hosting us once more. A big thank you to our medical crew behind the scenes, scrutineering, Park Fermé, Tyre Bay, timekeeping, live streaming, race control, our stewards panel from the RACB, Patrick and his team down at the brasserie, and all the teams, all the drivers, all the families that have been with us. There is where the podium is going to take place in probably just over half an hour's time or so. And we're going to celebrate our weekend winners. We're also going to celebrate our 2024 champions. And what's more, we're going to give out 5 tickets for the 25th running, or the 25th anniversary of this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. That's it for the live stream here, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and I will be back in action, same place, next week for the B&L Karting Series finale. We'll see you all then. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, and good night for now.